Good morning to my colleagues on the 25th Resources and Development Committee members, Legislative Services staff. Good morning. Our legal counsel was here, Ms. Khan. And also to the staff, I really appreciate you setting up for our meetings every Wednesday. And again, I truly appreciate that. To our visitors that are here in person, good morning, everyone. Hopefully you all had a restful night and safe travels after the meeting back to your destination. To listeners on the call, and again, Happy New Year to everyone. If this is the first time we're crossing paths in the year of 2024, I'd like to also thank Navajo Department of Transportation, Mr. Tom Potero and his team for allowing Resources and Development Committee to utilize their conference room. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 10:14 a.m. With that, Mr. Tahi, could you please take a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, January 17th, 2024 at 10 a.m. Roll call. Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Anclaw. Honorable Ricky Nez.
All goodness is present.
Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto So. Madam Chair, you have 4 members present, which constitutes a quorum for this regular meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Tahi. Next on the proposed agenda is invocation for those citizens as Chair of Resources Development Committee. I'd like to go ahead and conduct the prayer for this morning's or today's meeting. So if we could please bow our heads. The Nebekaya Pacado A Yankee Hajoba Inane Nitsin. Who the 25th Navajo Nation Council Resources and Development Committee members Bankit Doji Bukun Lenigi in Higato, they initiate the Napa Washington Kodo Radit Ahibel. Nahot I ye could Nebekaya Paca has Twisani do Chinese and Nahon Ajit. Hashine na Hun Lenigi Hajoba Huinsin. Late tinda and has it do the nana todo tonchwa adults and that a adoku nilch and sikesi kubandas de igi ado nana kunde late hotnas nelohata had it a adoku so and linigi nanish hanil chad a kodat albik the need e kunde a did and need hanana haigi 2024 bidi ninigi kunda ashonde. In his one law, Kodoyat Evankinat at the dots, Inkdonat at the Stando begat the hot Zadon Sondish. Dale Sando Kun Linigi Bakajo by Ini Zinigi, Kunkik Ainki the net and lay hardishi, Kayandas Bande Dahi Kunde. A kot Ayanamish in Linigi Bikatato Nilo, Quije Hajo by Ini Zonkodo. Not any ye banking at the Hadinigi with the Dashike Linigi Betkunde. A good in Haban sin case of she in the night the Hanophonic who are sago in hit for no so quiji and ha a hof yado kick it no eat on hamuch. Yad eho eado at our coded, how one day Yahane dato with an inada deal iniging half chinese. The cage a kate and lost we sunny than long, I don't get so canan and kinalikia. A linigi stop bahajo by inidzen. Al Chinese teacher atopet the Chinigi stock whom Linigi Banahit I benachet. Hashine large in Linigi ku Bahajo by inits in Ibenachet Kunda shorting hit citizen Handa to Dochles. Kun Lini a ya Hashini sogo a Hajo by inits. Who are Quijin Linigi Bahajo by inits or Banahit aban sea case. Who die a kick abit da labor has Ahit in the has Hat ishe ande tahaten lehna ade sligadit ede ade e bahajo ba init and obanahita benache in linigi kude yat eho dj kude nahat aye nada di liso nasto nitnijin sondish Horshaw the non-nishpitadadish inigi, Shaba Haliado Shaba Ahansen, Kun Hanad Nishid and Never Washington, Ado Kulto Kik Egit Holoni Kunde, Le Tratnas Lode or Nishi Beshbasa, and the Liedo Kunde Tratnas Ledat El Largest Daninat Sosi, a Kenas of Bahagi Kud Bebenand Ada. Ado the Never Washington, I need a late heart put all that the Onishi Kiksto, whom Habahania, Mahas Chinesian kick, eight and kid and lay the Nebekay up and cart the don't know what you cater had in his dog bajo by needs and what are a linigi here and need or kunde. Yes, ye cool hashil so on a stand in show kunde. Like a that the lieto sa on the kune not loshin linigi but and then they cardi keep talk and that either Hajoba Initsen. Hialan, whom Lini Hilan Nilio, who is actually that they are zone the hand and Hialan and son trago, but Ado Eben Lindon Haniado Kuda showed the hick ankit naba Hania, Kuda Boran that a ku Hashidan so. So she in the has Konania, who has shot the Ado a kun linigi, which et non lished now put a poet a that benigi be yet in kitchen this and the hajoba in z don't in kitchen hajoba in z doku if you had non naked citizen hamden loud a in kitchen to this and was your nasty Ado a nasta nada doljish. With that on the proposed agenda, do we have any announcements at this time, members of Resources Development Committee? Mr. Tahi, no announcements.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, tomorrow, Navigate Committee has scheduled a special meeting. This meeting will be held at, here, this building at NDOT. It'll be at the bottom conference room, and it's scheduled to start at 10 o'clock. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is my announcement, followed by next week's, Navajo Nation Council's 25th winter session.
Nikushi, Ado, as chair of RDC, I'd just like to make an announcement. Pagi the net, cool it the nepike up a car, Hashin, so what's that in kid that they shieldo, that's Nana, the hot nation, they hagoshi, not that the nebike up a car, not that the door chito, not the has tindoshi. Benago and late hotnas in the Loeya, President Nygren last week, Monday, and declaration reestablish or reaffirm in AAD emergency funds, Fund 17 lay chapters a bit, they own Nishigi, Yab and Natchet and Liligi hotnas in the Loe. Beso chides ido ediches play jinchayanda that ethoda that and late tino dan the hatzligi a arch beso basinili gishin egg achudat a kohon later hotnas in the door hotnas in the jet yades nishigi ashon the kunkik ankit nabatat at kai last we sani on the asake that ishi arch chisdo hat eda sheet that and low that a dot la ya. Ze is in that ze on that AD is a ne KCH RBD Ninigi dot Ada Hadan son Linigi but Hita of or she added the ze the Yande Lato a cut a bakun so nan the shit as ishik nako it ashon to shop up and nothing do the Billy be a what announce ishlado ado here. Ado nas the nahat the doljish recognizing guests and visiting officials. Kodo ya nandish betlish inigil sabat dish art kodo linigin kitchen data hadonzi. Vice Chair Johnson, introduction wa.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you for that beautiful prayer. And, good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Morning.
Let's try one more time. Good morning.
Morning.
We need some coffee. So I say good morning. Casey Allen Johnson is here. My day is Ashkan Hato Bush's Hana, the basic Sinajan additional. But I go the national. It's a bed and Asha. Just want to welcome everybody here today. I represent the communities of Cameron, Coal Mine, Tulani Lake, Bird Springs, and Loop, District 3 and 5 of the Western Navajo. So I just want to welcome everybody here. Good morning to my honorable RDC colleagues. Good to see you. Also the RDC advisor as well as the RDC advisor staff, Mr. Mose, also our legislative council. Also, speaker staff here, and also I believe we have a PIO here. Mr. John, where you at? Okay, welcome aboard. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so I just want to say good morning to everybody. Let's have a very productive meeting today. Yeah.
Roshi, Vice Chair, Aroshin Dashiaj, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of RDC. Good morning, staff. Yeah, they've been education. Yeah, they've been. The Shalom City, James Simpson, she did, yeah. They are not being a shop workflow in Mexico. The 8 chapters done I should be workflow, the easy, Big Valley, White Law, City, Round Point, and then skis and say it. I'll mention, 2G, she was just, my sister's going to check. Or we out there, been, thank you, Madam Chair, member of the
Roshi, Ado Dashanai, Honorable Chair Ness.
Kushino, ja, bene, bro. Bishpansa, I don't know, Guido, so, Herman Daniels, I don't, Andy Nash, on Hondia. I don't want to get ocean there, she doesn't sense that. I call written as in Shigeto, or one son. I have many mansions, that's what it's called. Or Zetachin, but she's changed some of it that she shade, oh, can't funny air, she not out and then she on the way for Hunsna, San Juan River, Auto Ish, Auto Indiana, Capicato, a call. A strong chapter is one of she hear ya, all back, it's at a clone, Auto San Juan. Chesapeake and though that must have the no in age, Nina Nizar, Hordga. I put through the day had open clay Hordga. I don't shut up Archibald, have Burnham, he's trying to card. I don't wish to go, Newcomb, he's Nish, he's Hordga. Take it and never much. And Nido Arts, 110 chapters, she one day Nish. I would take the best ones, 100 later. Back to you, Chair.
Roshi, Hashanai, Ado Inda Eya, Kodo, Nandish Bikli, Enigi on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I'd like to go ahead and have my 2 colleagues introduce themselves. Kodoshin Shiyaj, Bahadil, Honorable, and Daniels. Introduction, what?
Yeah, I don't know what that's happening. I don't know what sort of about of Ziki. I see my kids, but I can't understand what I don't know what I find it crazy. So now I can literally wish I don't know what get you down this thing with Herman Daniels Jr. I don't understand it. It's I don't know. I can't achieve it. I don't know. It should not. Poi è clean e da succede. Ma dai che quindi non stanno di quindi non hanno per la banascia che ma san o cerco tanto ha to sapere e io dai già da singolo. Thank you, manager.
Roshi, Shiyaj, Ado Inda Sitsile, Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Good morning, yeah, even, my name is David Ned, okay, English, was a key, versus key, you should say, past, I don't sound so, I'm not coach to ones that yes, it's got that, just a key. So I come from a community just north of 40 Pines called Rattlebush. Called the Cottons in the Key, that's in Australia, South Solodon, the huge. And adult that cast cheese. I work with our communities north of the nation's capital, 40 Pines, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake. And I sit on the Health Education and Human Service Committee. Thank you.
I'd like to have the legislative staff introduce themselves. Starting with Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of RDC, those present, those online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee and Kiani and Senjikina, originally from Steve, Arizona.
Yeah, Mr. Mose,
Morning, everyone. Chair, Leonard Moses here. 23rd na siya. Na sa silong kanang ba si Chin si Che do to ba das na welcome everyone.
yeah. Auto to our legal counsel, starting with Ms. Khan, introduction.
Morning, update on therefore, the communication, I think Russia's team, last year, that's actually, and that you can a question, like, fucking hours, solution. To this other, Russia, I told you before, good morning. But,
Yeah, Ms. Quinn.
in order to have a very honorable committee member and everyone else in attendance, my name is Nathan Flynn, and I'm the attorney with the Office of Legislative.
Okay, thank you. And then I do see staff from Office of the Speaker, starting with Ms. Jim, introduction.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Oxygen. I'm the legislative staff assistant to the Office of the Speaker with nomination. Ishagi AR nomination on the Russian team and on the Russian Manado. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Jim. And Mr. John, I understand that you're the new PIO, so if we could just have you introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jason John. 2008. First time speaking about it. Public. Everybody. Apologize for some change. Yes, John, yes, yeah. 2008. Okay. But you need us to correlation change. Association with teacher. And originally from out of Roswell. Now I'm here in Mineral. So everyone, I'm here around. Most of the time for Gallup Independent. Now I'm looking here. So that's a pretty exciting weekend.
It's always good to start getting your feet wet because you'll be involved with a lot of media and whatnot. So welcome to the team with Legislative WA. And then also to legal counsel from Now Nation Department of Justice, Mr. Moquin, if you can introduce yourself.
Yes, sir.
Moquin. Bushy. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and continue on the proposed agenda here before us. Nana, thank you again for being present here with us today. Going on to item number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. So at this time, Mr. Tahi, if we can read the proposed agenda into the record.
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nations Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, January 17th, 2024 at 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Vice Chairperson. Location, Navajo Nation Division of Transportation and Via Telecommunication. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal, December 20th, 2023 regular meeting, January 3rd, 2024 regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, report from Navajo Housing Authority, NHA, on the $10 million spent on unspent for the utility service assistance in partnership with Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. B, update report from the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Navajo Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit on the new agreed upon language for the state of Arizona grazing lease, which requires 25th Navajo Nation Council action. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0268-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee and Budget Finance Committee, accepting the internal audit of the Shanto chapter and approving the Shanto chapter's proposed corrective action plan. B, legislation number 0269-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Budget and Finance Committees, accepting the second follow-up review of the Ojeto chapter corrective action plan implementation and imposing sanctions upon the Ojeto chapter for failing to significantly implement its corrective action plan. C, legislation number 0005-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving the grant of right-of-way and temporary construction easements to Liebrook Mutual Domestic Water Consumers Association to construct, operate, and maintain the water system improvement project located on Navajo Nation Trust Land in Naizi Chapter, Rio Erba County, New Mexico, waiving the consideration and the valuation requirement pursuant to Title 25 Code of Regulations, Section 169.110A. D, legislation number 0009-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Budget and Finance Committee, the Nomination Committee, and the Nomination Council approving $17,628 from the CISA Fund to NTUA for the construction of a gas service line extension for Gladys Jones residents in Ganado, Arizona, approving the related expenditure. 8, close the meeting and announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tahis. Members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion? Honorable Simpson, may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any amendments or deletions we need to do? Honorable Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee. I'd like to entertain a motion for Amendment 1. First of all, the agenda, we glass and delegate of Asani Clean the arcade Korodash is Asana Kitva Ding Slatonde Beijing. So what we'd like to do this morning is delete number 5A and refer that to the next meeting. So the DNR report will be A. We'll go then to new business. And we'll reshuffle these legislations. And at the same time, we need to add 2 legislations. One was approved by Budget and Finance. One, the first order is Resource and Development Committee. So A, under new business, will be legislation 005-24, which is C. So that'll be A. And then under D, 0009-24 will be B. And then we will add legislation 0003-24, which is an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, Budget and Finance, and the full Council, amending CSN funds reversion deadline for Navajo, for the Navajo, New Mexico Apartment Multi-Purpose Complex expenditure plan. So that will be C. And then we'll also add D, legislation 008-24, which is an action relating to Budget and Finance, RDC, Navakieti, and the full Council, approving 1.3 million, okay, from the CSN to NTUA for the construction of approximately 2 miles of water line extensions for 16 families in the Kindakachi chapter, approving the related expenditure plan. So those 2 will be added. So it'll be C for 0003-24, D will be 0008-24, and then we'll go back to legislation 0268-23, which will be E, and then legislation 0269-23, which will be F. And I believe that A, B, C, and D will just really whip it out of the way, so we can give more time to the last 2 legislation. That'll be my motion. Madam Chair, back to you.
Honorable Chair Ness for motioning amendment number 1 and deleting 5A. The new letter A will be update report from Division of Natural Resources, and reshuffling under item number 7, new business. The legislations as you had read out, which can be read into the record. So with that, members of Resources and Development, Honorable Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I failed to say also that we would like to go to new business right after number 4, approving the journals. So reports will be last. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
The question, yeah, for that. So with that, we do have amendment number 1 as stated, deleting 5A. Now letter B will be the new 5A. Reshuffling legislations under number 7, new business, and adding legislation 003-24, 008-23. So we have legislation A, B, C, D, E, and F, and also taking the new business item under, which is going to be the new number 5. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, I do have a motion. May I get a second? Honorable Simpson, yeah. So with that, members of RDC, Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to reshuffle this. I'd like to put legislation 003-24 at the beginning of this. That's it. Okay,
Let me go.
Andy.
Which one? The
that'll
003.
be in there.
So Chair Nez, there's a request by Vice Chair Johnson. The new shuffle that you wanted 003-24 to be under C, to shuffle it to the first.
No.
Okay, so Vice Chair is go ahead and what do you say? He's taking back his request, so we'll go ahead and leave it as is,
Yeah.
Chair Nez. So with that, I do have a motion already. Any other amendments or deletions at this time? Okay, so with that, going once, going twice, Mr. Ty, could you please take roll call votes on amendment number 1?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1, deleting item 5A from the agenda and deferring it to the next RDC meeting, adding legislation number 003-24 and legislation number 008-24, and reshuffling the order of the legislation. Moving the item number 7 to number 5 and relettering everything down. Honorable Shauna N. Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna N. Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Alder Rick Nez, vote green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the Madam Chair not voting.
Mr. Tahi. So with that, motion carries with the amendment to our agenda here this morning. Now, going back to the main motion on the approval of the agenda here today, is there any other items that needs to be brought up, members of RDC? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Rodney, could you please take roll call vote on the main motion of approving agenda?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Shauna N. Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna N. Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Alder Rick Nez, vote green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the Madam Chair not voting.
Question. So with that, we do have approved agenda here this morning. But first, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Shadeja Honorable Claw for introduction. Just press this button. Oh.
Good morning, everyone. I have a little raspy voice today, so I just want to say Happy New Year to everyone and thank you for joining us. My name is Shauna Ann Claw. I'm the delegate for Chinle, and my clans are Hawaiian and Mishlino, Twitch, eating a vicious chin, fetching in dish cheeto, on dish melon, with armor the Spanish. Thank you.
Shadeja Honorable Claw, and thank you for joining us here today. And again, we'll go on to with the agenda. Number 4, reviewing and approving journals. We do have journals from the December 2023 and January 3rd, 2024 regular meetings, which were emailed out by Mr. Mose. I believe it was Monday. So with that, members of RDC, may I get a motion for the journals?
I'll make a motion.
Honorable Claw and second by Vice Chair Johnson. Members of Resources and Development Committee, in regards to the two meeting journals that were submitted via email. Going once, going twice. Rodney, could you please take roll call vote?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving their journals. Honorable Shauna and Claude, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna and Claude votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Addison, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the Madam Chair not voting.
So going on to item number 5, new business. I do have legislation 0005-24. Mr. Tahi, if you can please read the legislation into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 005-24, date January 10th, 2024. Title of the resolution and action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving the grant of right-of-way temporary construction easement to Lidbrook Mutual Domestic Water Consumer Association to construct, operate, and maintain the water system improvement project located on Navajo Nation Trust land in Naizi Chapter, Rio Araba County, New Mexico, waiving consideration and the valuation requirement pursuant to Title 25 Code of Federal Regulations, sections 169.110A. The purpose of this legislation is to grant approval for the right-of-way and temporary construction easements to Librook Mutual Domestic Water Consumer Association to construct, operate, and maintain a water pipeline project to the Naizi chapter that will improve water quality in the community, and to grant waiver consideration for right-of-way and temporary construction easements, along with the waiver of the valuations requirement pursuant to 25 CFR section 169.110A. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Danny Simpson. For tracking number 005-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving the grant of right-of-way and temporary construction easement to Librook Mutual Domestic Water Consumer Association to construct, operate, and maintain the water system improvement project located on Navajo Nation Trust land in Naizi Chapter, Rio Araba County, New Mexico, waiving consideration and the valuation requirement pursuant to Title 25 Code of the Federal Regulations, sections 169.110A. Be it resolved, section 1, authority. A, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has authority to grant final approval of all land withdrawals, non-mineral leases, permit, license, right-of-way, surface easements, and bonding requirements on the Navajo Nation lands and unrestricted fee land. This authority shall include subleases, modifications, assignment, leaseholding, encumbrance, transfers, renewals, and termination. 2 in NC section 501B2. Sections 2, finding the Librook Domestic Water Consumer Association has submitted an application for right-of-way and the contemporary construction easement to construct, operate, and maintain the Librook MDWCA water system improvement project, which will loop 2 dead-end water lines and to improve water quality in the Naizi Chapter, Rio Araba, New Mexico. The terms and conditions of the right-of-way and contemporary construction easements are attached and incorporated as Exhibit A and Exhibit B respectively. B, the right-of-way and temporary construction easement consists of Navajo Nation trust lands located in Rio Araba County, New Mexico, the location of which is more particularly described in the legal description and survey maps attached and incorporated in its Exhibit C. C, Librook MDWCA requests a waiver of consideration for the right-of-way and temporary construction easement. In accordance with the terms and conditions contained in Exhibit A, the right-of-way has been assessed as $16,122.87. In accordance with the terms and conditions contained in Exhibit B, the contemporary construction easements has been assessed at $12,960. Therefore, the total consideration to be waived is $29,082.87. D, 25 CFR section 169.1108 addresses how much monetary compensation must be paid for the right-of-way over and across the tribal lands. It states, A, the right-of-way over or across tribal lands may be allowed for a payment amount negotiated by the tribe and will be deferred to the tribe, not required valuation. The tribe submits a tribal authorization expressing stated that it, 1, has agreed upon compensation satisfactory to the tribe, 2, waiving evaluation, and 3, has determined that accepting the such agreed upon compensation and waiving valuation is in the best interest. E, the field clearance checklist stated that no grazing permit has been identified in relation to Librook MDWCA Water System Improvement Project is attached to Exhibit D. F, Naizi Chapter's Resolution Number CNC 22-061 supporting and improving the right of way and contemporary construction easement for the Librook MDWCA Water System Improvement Project is attached to Exhibit E. G, the environmental and archaeological studies has been compiled and are attached here to as Exhibit F. H, the application for the right of way and contemporary construction easement is attached as Exhibit G. I, the executive official review document number 020131, including a document request form for the Department of Justice deeming the document legal significant, and a memorandum from the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency dated February 15, 2024 is attached as Exhibit H. Section 3, approval. A, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby grants approval for the right-of-way and contemporary construction easements to the Librook MDWCA to construct, operate, and maintain the Librook MDWCA Water System Improvement Project. The location is particularly described in Exhibit Z. C, B, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the right-of-way subject to but not limited to the terms and conditions incorporated herein as Exhibit A. C, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the contemporary construction easement subject to but not limited to the terms and conditions incorporated here as Exhibit B. D, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives consideration for the right-of-way and contemporary construction easement and waives valuation pursuant to 25 CFR Section 169.1108, finding that the Navajo Nation has agreed upon a compensation satisfactory to the tribe. The Navajo Nation hereby waives valuation and has determined that accepting such agreed upon compensation waiving valuation is the best interest of the Navajo Nation. E, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby authorize the President of the Navajo Nation to execute any and all documents to effect the intent and purpose of this resolution. Attaches Exhibit A, which is the Navajo Nation right-of-way, the terms and conditions with Librook Mutual Domestic Consumer Association. Attaches Exhibit B, which is the Navajo Nation Contemporary Construction Easement terms and conditions with Librook Mutual Domestic Water Consumers Association. Attaches Exhibit C, which is the map outlined and stated in the legislation. Attaches Exhibit D, which is the field clearance. Attaches Exhibit E, which is the Naizi Eastern Navajo Nation Agency District 19 resolution number NC 22-061. Attaches Exhibit F, which is the Navajo Nation Cultural Resources and Compliance Form in HHPD number HPD-21-15-11. Attaches Exhibit G, which is a letter dated May 3rd, 2023 by Librook MDWCA. Attaches Exhibit F, which is Executive Official Review document number 020131. And then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch and Public Review Summary for legislation number 0005-24. Sponsors Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation was posted on January 10th, 2024 at 4:43 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended January 15th, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 005-24 read into the record in its entirety. Back to you, Madam Chair.
I do have a motion by Honorable Chair Nez and second by Vice Chair Johnson. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions for the sponsor and his agent on legislation 0005-24? Going once, going twice, we'll go ahead and take it to roll call votes. Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0005-24. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
So with that motion carries. And thank you, Honorable Simpson, and to your agent for bringing this legislation here before us. Do you have any comments at this time?
Let's say, members of RDC, thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And going further to legislation B or item B, legislation 0009-24. Mr. Tawny, could you please read the legislation into the record?
The sponsor's not here.
Madam Chair, members of RDC have tracking number, legislation tracking number 0009-24, date January 9th, 2024. An action relating to Resources Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, the Nominate Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council approving 17,628 from the CISA Fund to the NQA for construction of a gas service line extension from Gladys Jones residence in Granada, Arizona, approving the related expenditure plan. The purpose of this legislation is to approve 17,628 from the CISA Fund for a new gas line service line extension project for Gladys Jones residence in Granada, Arizona, approving the related expenditure plan. Navajo Nation Council has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Rich Chains, co-sponsors Honorable Danny Simpson. For tracking number 009-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, the Nominate Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council approving 17,628 from the CISA Fund through the NQA for the construction of a gas service line extension for Gladys Jones residence in Granada, Arizona, and approving the related expenditure plan. In section 1 outlines the authority. In section 2, the finding, which references in exhibit A and exhibit B. In section 3 is approving it the 17,628 from the CISA Fund to the NQA for the construction of the gas service line extension from Gladys Jones residence to Granada, Arizona, approving the related expenditure plan. It references exhibit A and AB. And attaches exhibit section 4, which is the effective date, and section 5 is the savings clause. Attaches exhibit A, which is the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority letter regarding the estimate letter of natural gas services member extension request, and attaches exhibit B, which is the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority Gladys Jones new gas service line extension. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Interpublic Review Summary for legislation number 009-24. Sponsors Honorable Vince R. James. This legislation was posted on January 11th, 2024 at 12:16 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on January 16th, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments and recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 009-24 read into the record.
Mr. Tawny. But before I get a motion in a second, I'd like to go ahead and allow our honorable colleague from the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Shania, Honorable James, to introduce himself.
Resource Development Committee. I don't get the hot seat off the league, don't stand like it. Legislation, the league, and that only so it's a legal. I drove back on him, and even I don't know, Shaniki, to the cheat and sunset or Jenny versus chain, doking on it that she checked off on a lot that she might. I don't think that cheat or look up to the Kahoye, Jetted to a slow, but at the shop, I enjoy down to see that I can't on chair.
Honorable James for the introduction. At this time, members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion? Honorable Simpson and Vice Chair Johnson, second. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on this legislation that is here before us? Going once, going twice. So with that, no questions. I'd like to go ahead and request Mr. Ty to take roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0009-24. Honorable Sean Anclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Sean Anclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
So with that, motion carries and legislation is approved by RDC. Honorable James for coming here and bringing this legislation before Resources and Development Committee and on to Budget and Finance Committee. Wow. Thank you. Going on to item letter C, legislation 0003-24. Mr. Tahi, if you can please read the legislation into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have summary sheet for tracking number 003-24, date December 13th, 2023. An action relating to Resource and Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, the Nomination Committee, and the Nomination Council amending CJY-35-22 to extend the Citizen Fund reversion deadline for the Navajo, New Mexico Apartment Multipurpose Complex Expenditure Plan. The purpose of this legislation is to amend CJY-35-22 to extend the reversion deadline for the approved $4,100,000 in the Citizen Fund for the noted project to February 14th, 2026. Nomination Council has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Andy Nez for tracking number 003-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, then the Budget and Finance Committee, the Nomination Committee, and the Nomination Council amending CJY-35-22 to extend the Citizen Fund reversion deadline for the Navajo, New Mexico Apartment Multipurpose Complex Expenditure Plan. In section 1 outlines the authority, in section 2 the finding, which references in exhibit 1, and section 3 is extending the Citizen Fund reversion deadline for the Navajo, New Mexico Apartment Multipurpose Expenditure Plan. In section 3, for resolution number CJY-35-22, it does amend item J. Then you have section 4, the effective date, and section 5, the savings clause. Attaches exhibit 1, which is a letter dated August 14th, 2024 regarding the CJY-35-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Nomination Committees and the Nomination Council allocating $4,100,000 from the Citizen Fund for the proposed apartment multipurpose complex in Navajo Nation, New Mexico, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 through section 2508. This letter was dated by Honorable Jonathan Ness, President, co-signed by Honorable Myron Leiser, Vice President. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Interim Public Review Summary for legislation number 003-24, sponsors Honorable Andy Nez. This legislation was posted on January 4th, 2024 at 4:40 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended January 9th, 2024. There was no comments on this legislation. There was no recommendation on this legislation. There was no opposition to this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 003-24 read into the record.
Appreciate that, Mr. Tahi. Members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Simpson. Thank you, gentlemen, and members of RDC. Do we have any questions on legislation 0003-24? Going once, going twice. Mr. Tahi, could you please take roll call vote on legislation, please?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is legislation, this is roll call vote for legislation number 003-24. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Appreciate that. With that, motion carries, and thank you to the Honorable Dr. Ness for bringing this legislation here before RDC. On to Budget and Finance Committee. Next legislation, 0008-24. Mr. Tahi, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have the summary sheet for tracking number 0008-24, date January 10th, 2024. An action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee and the Resource and Development Committee and Nomination Committee and the Navajo Nation Council approving $1,386,000 from the Citizen Fund to NQA for the construction approximately 2 miles from the water line extension for 16 miles for 16 families to the that sheet chapter approving the related expenditure plan. The purpose of this legislation is to approve $386,000 from the Sister Fund for the Into Water Extension to 16 families in the Chi chapter, approving the related expenditure plan. Navajo Nation Council has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Vince R. James, co-sponsor Honorable Danny Simpson, for tracking number 0008-24 and action relating to Budget and Finance Committee, the Resource and Development Committee, and the Nomination Council approving $1,386,000 from the Sister Fund to NQA for the construction of approximately 2 miles of water line extension for 16 families in the Chi chapter, approving the related expenditure plan. In section 1 outlines the authority. In section 2, the findings, what references in exhibit A and in exhibit B. In section 3 is approving the $1,386,000 from the Sister Fund for the construction of approximately 2 miles of water extension for 16 families in the Chi chapter, approving the related expenditure plan with references in exhibit B. And then you have section 4, which is the directive, and section 5 is the effective date, and section 6 is the savings clause. It taxes exhibit A, which is the resolution from the Chi chapter. There is no attachment for exhibit B. There was no, Then you have the first report of the Navajo Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary for legislation number 0008-24. Sponsors Honorable Vince R. James. This legislation was posted on January 10th, 2024 at 5:50 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended January 15th, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments and recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0008-24, read into the record.
Mr. Chahi. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, as you probably heard that per the legislation being read into the record, exhibit B was missing, but we do have it, so there needs to be an amendment. So with that, may I get a motion? Vice Chair Johnson, and may I get a second? Honorable Simpson, thank you. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any, Honorable Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion for amendment 1. The language has been sent to us by our attorney, so perhaps after it's been read into the record by our staff, the second can be established.
Thank you for that recommendation, Honorable Chair Ness. So with that proposed amendment that was sent out, Mr. Tommy, could you please read the amendment number 1 language provision into the record?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, we have amendment number 1 to legislation number 0008-24. Inserting exhibit B, which is a description and detail price for the project. 2, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services, Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustments of comprehensive dollar amount consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language and any other committee amendments. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is amendment number 1 read into the record.
Mr. Chahi. So we do have a motion by Honorable Chair Ness. The language of amendment number 1 has been read into the record by Mr. Chahi. May I get a second? Honorable Chair or Vice Chair Johnson. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on amendment number 1 to legislation 0008-24? Going once, going twice. With that, Mr. Chahi, could you please take roll call vote on amendment number 1?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1. Honorable Shauna Nkla, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Nkla votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we do have amendment number 1 approved. Going back to the main motion on legislation 0008-24. Do we have any additional questions or comments, members of Resources Development Committee? Going once, going twice. With that, Mr. Ty, could you please take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0008-24. Honorable Shauna Inclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Inclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you. With that, motion carries. And again, Honorable James for bringing this legislation here before us.
Thank you.
Going on to item letter E, legislation 028-23. Mr. Tahi, if you could please read the legislation into the record, and also the sponsor and agents. You can go ahead and take a seat up front. Yeah.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have the legislation tracking number for 0268-23. Date December 13th, 2023. An action relating to Resource and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee accepting the internal audit of the Shanto chapter and approving the Shanto chapter's proposed corrective action plan. The purpose of this legislation is to accept the Auditor General's internal audit of Shanto chapter and to approve the Shanto chapter's proposed corrective action plan. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. Primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. for tracking number 0268-23. An action relating to Resource and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee accepting the internal audit of the Shanto chapter and approving the Shanto chapter's proposed corrective action plan. In section 1 outlines authority, in section 2 the findings, and which reference in Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, Exhibit 3, and Exhibit 4. And Section 3 is accepting the audit of the Shanto chapters, approving the Shanto chapter's proposed corrective action plans with references in Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 3. And Section 4 is the directive. In Section 5 is the effective date. In Section 6, the savings clause attaches Exhibit 1, which is the Office of the Auditor General nomination of a special review of Shanto chapter, report number 20-09, March of 2020. Then he attaches Exhibit 2, which is a letter dated March 5th, 2022. Letter was signed by Felix Furl, President. Letter is to Ms. Helen Brown, Auditor General. Attaches Exhibit 3, which is the Shanto Chapter Corrective Action Plan Audit Report 20-09. Attaches Exhibit 4, which is a resolution from the Shanto Chapter nomination. Resolution number SHO 09-118-23, approving and supporting the final revision of the corrective action plan CAP for the Shanto Community Governance Chapter Internal Audit Fiscal Year Report number 20-09, March 2020. Then you have the first report, the nomination legislative branch and a public review summary for legislation number 0268-23, sponsors Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. This legislation was posted on December 19th, 2023 at 2:52 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended December 24th, 2023. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0268-23 read into the record.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi. So with that, members of RDC, may I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Chair Nez and second by Vice Chair Johnson. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions? Oh, we do have Auditor General, so we have to go, huh? Okay. So with that, we would have to allow, since Office of the Auditor General would have to be part of this dialogue today. We would have to continue with hearing this legislation, allowing 20 minutes to the sponsor and their agents. So with that, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over first to Office of the Auditor General regarding the findings for Shanto chapter. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee. My name is Kimberly Jake. I'm with the Office of the Auditor General. Our office completed a special review of the Shanto chapter. We looked at a period of 12 months ending September 2018, and there were 15 findings. If you refer to page 1 of the report, finding 1, 5 management system policies and procedures are inconsistent with applicable Navajo Nation law. The chapter approved the 5 management system on July 26, 1998. However, DOJ developed and approved the standard FMS for chapters to utilize as of April 16, 2010. In comparison to the standard FMS, the Shanto chapter FMS has the following key deficiencies. Policies do not cite Title 26. Travel policies are inconsistent with the Navajo Nation travel policies. The chapter manager and administrative assistant roles are not defined in the personnel policies, and policies are inconsistent with the Navajo Nation personnel policies. The chapter procurement policies do not include the Navajo Sovereign Immunity Act, Navajo Business Opportunity Act, Navajo Business and Procurement Act, etc. Internal controls are vague and do not facilitate accountability by staff and officials. The chapter fiscal policies do not address reporting capital assets to the financial statements, processing general vouchers, and procedures for inter-fund transfers. On page 2, finding 2, the chapter was LGA certified in 1999, but to date, only 2 financial audits were completed and no corrective action plans to address the findings. The chapter became LGA certified in 1999, but did not obtain a
Madam Chair.
financial.
Honorable Simpson.
We have some individuals back there, raise your hand, you can't hear.
Okay. How do we do the mic on Rodney?
They're hardwired in.
Page 2, finding 2, the chapter was LGA certified in 1999, but to date, only 2 financial audits were completed and no corrective action plans to address the findings. The chapter became LGA certified in 1999, but did not obtain a financial audit until fiscal year 2012, which concluded with a qualified opinion due to material weaknesses. For the second audit completed in 2016, the independent auditors issued a disclaimer due to material weaknesses and significant deficiencies with internal control and non-compliance material to the financial statements. No corrective action plans were prepared to address the audit findings, including repeat findings pertaining to capital assets, general ledgers, general entries, expenditures, and employee compensated absences. Page 3, finding 3, the chapter's accounting system does not provide reliable financial information. The chapter's accounting system does not provide reliable financial information as a result of the following issues. No approved budgets. The chapter did not prepare budgets for the internally generated revenue, donations, income interest, county fund, governance service, complex fund totaling 30,828, but still posted the revenues in the accounting system. Posting errors. The chapter prepared a PEP fund budget for 89,409. However, the chapter posted only 74,110 into the personnel fund. The chapter prepared a personnel fund budget for 107,166. However, the chapter posted a higher amount of 126,181. Reimbursements totaling 1,020 were not posted to the funds the expenditures were dispersed from originally, but posted to the chapter general activities fund. Overall, the chapter provided misleading financial information on available resources to the chapter membership. Page 4, finding 4. The chapter does not comply with cash receipt policies and procedures. The cash count conducted on December 10th, 2019 revealed a total of 717. However, this amount is less than 1,781 reported on the balance sheet. The variance of 1,064 is cash receipts that were not posted in the accounting system. The chapter staff is also using cash on hand as petty cash. The petty cash fund is replenished by using the cash receipt. However, there are no petty cash policies and procedures, no chapter resolution approving the petty cash fund, and no supporting documents for petty cash expenses. Page 5, finding 5, chapter property is not insured. The chapter has not insured its property and equipment since 2012. This internal audit found that contrary to policy, the chapter did not submit an underwriting exposure summary in current inventory for FY 2020 to the Navajo Nation Risk Management Programs. Page 6, finding 6, for property control include proper identification, tracking, and record keeping of chapter property. Based on a sample of 14 property items, we noted the following control deficiencies. Property tag numbers did not exist or did not match the identification numbers recorded on the property inventory for 10 items. 5 property items were not on the chapter premise. Also, the property inventory does not have pertinent information such as property numbers, acquisition cost, acquisition date, and condition about existing property. Page 7, finding 7, fixed assets are not recorded in the financial statements and cannot be supported with documentation. 8 property items totaling 684,124 were examined and the following exceptions were noted. 8 fixed asset values did not match the supporting documentation found on file. 8 fixed asset values are not reported in the financial statements. The chapter's total fixed assets is valued at $2 million, but the chapter did not have documents such as receipts, titles, invoices, or appraisals on file to support the fixed asset value. As a result, the chapter has no basis to report this total value on the financial statements. The independent financial audit conducted in 2016 also found that the chapter did not perform physical inventory verification of its fixed assets. There was no documentation of historical costs and no depreciation schedule. To date, there's no evidence these issues have been addressed by the chapter. Page 8, finding 8, contractors are hired contrary to procurement policies and procedures. 2 contractors were paid $40,400. A review of their contracts revealed 2 requests for proposals were not developed, 2 bid tabulation sheets were not completed, the contract deliverable was not met, 2 payments were not supported with original invoice or receipt. The chapter did not conduct a bidding process to select the bidders. The chapter entered into direct professional service contracts that were not reviewed and approved in accordance with the Navajo Business and Procurement Act. Lastly, the chapter did not ensure compliance with the Navajo Nation Business Preference Law since one of the contractors was not on the Navajo Nation source list of certified Navajo Indian-owned businesses. Finding 9, a contractor was paid $30,400 for work that could not be verified. 18 checks totaling $30,400 was paid to a contractor that was hired by the chapter. Our review noted the following issues. The service agreement between the chapter and the contractor was split into 3 agreements of smaller amounts. No progress reports were on file. There was no documentation to show the proposed deliverables were met by the contractor. The contractor's travel expenses were paid by the chapter when those travel expenses should have been included in the service agreement. The contractor carried over 15 to 18 hours from the last service agreement. However, there is no evidence the chapter manager or officials verified these hours as fulfilled by the contractor. The chapter manager and officials approved contractor payments, although no invoices, progress reports, or completion reports were provided. Finding 10, travel expenditures are not properly approved, accurately calculated, and supported with appropriate documentation. Page 11, chapter travel expenditures totaling $47,625 Of this amount, 35 travel expenditures totaling 16,940 were examined and the following exceptions were made. 9 travel authorizations had inaccurate POV mileage rate or travel authorizations were not on file. 30 travel advances exceeded the 80% threshold. 35 travel expense reports were not on file to itemize the travel expenses. 35 supporting documentation such as trip reports, mileage reports, lodging receipts for travel expenditures were not on file. 4 travel requests for chapter officials were not approved at a duly called chapter meeting. We also noted the following issues. The chapter allowed travelers to be paid travel advances at 100% of the total estimated cost. The travelers were not required to submit travel expense report. The travelers were not required to submit mileage reports. The chapter manager is not verifying travel authorizations are accurate prior to travel, and travel is not supported with travel expense report, mileage report, sign-in sheet, agendas for authorization travel approval. The chapter manager and officials are approving travel advances and travel reimbursement without verifying supporting travel documents prior to signing travel related documents. Page 12, finding 11, wages totaling 19,454 were paid for hours not worked by employees. 35 payroll expenditures totaling 41,587 were reviewed to verify that the staff was paid with direct payroll. The chapter did not provide documents for 2 payroll expenditures totaling 2,811. The remaining 33 payroll expenditures had the following exceptions. 14 sign-in sheets did not reconcile to the time sheet due to the employees receiving the full 8 hours per day, regardless of leave and holidays taken by the employees. 13 absences reported on the timesheet were not supported with an approved leave form. Page 13, finding 12, staff earned and used leave hours that were not due to them. We examined 13 pay periods and the following exceptions were noted. Leave was not approved each pay period based on the accrual rate for 10 pay periods. Used leave hours were not reflected on the timesheet for 1 pay period. Leave reports were not reviewed and signed by the chapter manager and chapter officials for 13 pay periods. The accounting system revealed the number of hours accrued between pay periods were inconsistent. The timesheet for 1 pay period shows 8 hours of leave taken, but the leave report shows 24 hours taken. Lastly, the 2016 financial audit report reported the chapter did not maintain records for annual leave and sick leave. As a result, there was no record of the compensated absences liability to be paid for accrued annual leave and sick leave. Page 14, finding 13, 129,952 of PEP SYE expenditure cannot be supported with documentation. We examined 6 PEP and summer youth employment projects totaling $129,952. The following exceptions were noted. 6 project applications were incomplete. 6 projects were not advertised. 6 project personnel rosters were not on file. 6 project completion reports were not on file. Page 15, finding 13. The chapter arbitrarily changed the office specials and status from temporary to permanent without following the personnel policies and used PE funds for a permanent position. The chapter budgeted a PEP project to hire an office specialist on a temporary basis. In October 2012, the chapter converted the office specialist position to a permanent position, but there is no record to show the chapter followed its personnel policies in making these changes. There was no evidence of advertisement, employment applications, or qualification assessment on file. In addition, the office specialist is being paid wages and fringe benefits from the PEP fund, which is intended for temporary employment and staff development. The FY 2019 chapter budget was not amended to reflect the use of PEP funds for a permanent position. Page 16, finding 15, the chapter's current filing system is inconsistent with its SMS records management policy. The chapter's filing system is in disarray. The following was noted: no supporting documentation for petty cash, general vouchers, PEP, summer youth projects, and fixed assets. Missing and misfiled supporting documentation for travel, contract, and chapter policies and procedures. Inappropriate filing methods, records are commingled and filed in staff language. Records are arranged based on check number regardless of fund type or activity. The chapter developed the corrective action plan addressing the findings. Our office accepted the corrective action plan, and the community approved the corrective action plan in September 2023. Our office is requesting the committee to approve the audit report and corrective action plan for the Shanto chapter. This completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you for that general overview of the 15 findings for Shanto chapter. I got a motion already. Did I already get a motion?
You have the motion.
Okay, so with that, I already have a motion in a second. So members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions for the sponsor and the agents, I believe, chapter leadership from Shanto? Okay, we do have questions. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead, Kador Shiaj, Honorable Daniels, to allow you time 20 minutes for yourself and possibly chapter leadership to go ahead and talk to legislation 000 or 0268-23.
Thank you for the. Thank you for the Shema, for the honorable chair. If you have, for the honorable members of Resources and Development Committee, for the section on behalf of honorable mayors, honorable Shishna Ash, honorable Simpson, honorable David, yes, for the honorable Kong, honorable Shishna Ash, for the honorable Johnson, honorable Shema, and chair. For the she clears, but security. Mr. Mose and also Mr. Time. Yeah, but I can the sheet in the 24th Council RDC. I should so I should not just the Resources and Development Committee. But yeah, but I don't know, but before you have that legislation 0268-23. But I get that so I don't know, but my agent could have data. Office of the Auditor General. I put up staff and litigate the findings. There's 15 findings. And I get it now. According to the sheet, but a put on so see the net put on at the chapter, put on the Shanto chapter. Or I not today not called. I don't know, but what you can't pay, but the very not and then again, the very Shanto. She put that is capable. Mr. President, for the Mr. Rhodes, thank you. I don't know, for the Shamash, for the chat manager, for myself. White for Benali, for the capable, for the 18th hand, so the chain yard has met on the shade, for the Shabbat shot, for Shabbat shot, and you bet, yeah, kitchen dog was metal, I think so in Dutch, and so the which hashing so but that's the vegetable. So it is a little key that Madam Chair for the agent think of that still that's detail on the economic care, but I don't know if I'm very down. Because it's the January 3rd, it got it was on the agenda. It died with a Shanaso shop on today's and what AIC by here is in the call. As a in some diet, so not so shy. I see, yeah, but I'm so happy on the manager. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to the chapter president, Mr. Fowler, or Miss Whitethorn, who is the governance manager. So at this time, you do have the floor, and I've already started the time clock, so you are on a 20-minute presentation if you have.
Thank you, Chair Chima. Resource Development Committee,도 따로 나이소칸이 honorable delegate 도 representative by Asano Kino 이렇게 야 땡기 리니도 시 role small can contribute not that and that touchy no she but she personal 시체로 카파해라 신나를 레이츠에서 게레나샤 이렇게 저노트든지 Hinge verbinden bieden, zonder de kredieten die ingeënt. Ik geloof alleen die jaren ja October 1st, 2018 bekend, about September 30th to 2019. Ja, geloof is ja. Hallo, die uitdaging die hartstikke aan die we started working on it. As you know, COVID got kicking itself. And there was a long period of time and although every now and then been nutty in the shop. I don't been Rashid Mashiki policies of something deep in that mess, like either Kodo, the show, here. Policies and procedures that should be there. Alona Kodo Kaheji issue nomination the LGA the Kodo FMS at the time she was fair husband Khaydishi Junaki Hassan Niki Kodo certified chapter the not certifying his Yagi So indeed, Aloha Shin Hojo, Kanaka FMS, at my kids out there. Alo a call FMS do Stevia did Alo Nana Kodo. I did it, the Kodo Abenabi and show how that zero do here. Don't let you see what I read the housing. Alo it's glad my limit in what are Kodo Najido with Shinatani. I'd see committee Kodo. Alo Kodo chapter officials up Kodo Kenny Zahido administration though. Edo if that's now the Shabe different. Alo Nana Kodo administration here. I don't so I see the chapter chapter governance manager of this department. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, of course, I do apologize for that, Mr. Small Canyon. I see Mr. Fuller here on the document. So, Kashay Kodot, chapter manager, but not adult.
Ja, der RHK Corona van Nico die is. Shady look at an initial as council, as is seen. It's funny that it's Chiro, that's another door. That's all for the other in a shan, which I photo. The Virgin with Zero, do are it, but no Sunday dot yet. The as can't go care and they people. Administrations go the order in the media. A call Shay Bash for them, but in Nage, yes, it's on a Ihun. The Hojin level on the unlaid in our Doshen. I see the way to be had with your hand. RB is being Jalago in the I see, we lay door, and the kids door, Ben Haja Ashi Jilay. So a Jilla given in ya. Chronic in its Ado Apashon, the way council had Nandi, though council had Thursday, a bed, they need niche but a call. Declare court, a lunch don't mean. A call a other now, but that didn't. November, the first resolution. SHO 112620 FY20 Baka a auto resolution kitsen. For one meeting, we had 32 resolutions. And out of that 32, we had 15 that were related to the audit. Of course, now, kailan may kaado happening Shishawi happening the in that this. Nije don't need to era. Actually, been at called and nomination the chapters that those at the letter, those in neta. Upon the radio FMS, but Kaji Ebic, how they yash that on Nishla. Jo Latishnin, Dijo A, Benchis and Aya addition. I call educators in the door evangelists. The LGA certified and council not standardized FMS happening these art. A co-creation for a DOJ in the another kid creation. I don't know, I'll be. But FMS need to have other so I don't need so to in the region and not so sweet at home, not IPA and is in the door. Nihitente Diana channels and go. Nihifazen though there's been yet in the 2012 and down. Either all the ends on it are a hard categories and not now a could the whole just to the 2020 yeah down in the a call on needle to a external audits which are now partial. I think that a carry GA has own fact guess what door you know a yarn hard zero a at the area a unmodified mission. A call additional AIC the way of course it's like it's unequal. The administration didn't the a thing so FMS and the A being that it are like our car. You could not on it on that area job. Not that the net like in Lindy and I get to a and now. Did FMS with our car or they should out that is nicht on Lindy to a bit bejo nicht left to the major not only a yaw Yelan is she. Don't such a wish and continue administrators a on us was honored in the dealer in the choir. The Nella in every hour door niche and the a without the Asian. First away has sit or that here quite so much already.
Washi here. Kudon Nikitin Damasov Nagi, Lanjet, Totnas, Neledo, Kudo, Shiaj Arnable, Daniel, Ado Inda, Adan, Muhanan Nishigi at the chapter level. Kodoshi ya. We will accept the report. So Kashe Ben Nachet not the kid, Kudo, members of Resources and Development Committee. I know Honorable Chair Nez, Kudon Linigi, not this kid, no, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee. Delegate Daniels, Shant Border, on and mitigated knowledge of Mr. Small, my name is Gray Eyes, Mr. Dwight, Elizabeth, manager, mitigate. The chapters that are based on Shadayos in a given cackle. Go George on go. A auditors than yet has to audit like a audit. Okay, you have 15 findings. Although you're not new to the chapter. You can show. And a way then can on a sheet of star object. A corrective action plan. Which is that car. What I in the way of steadily 15 go findings again. Don't nenegate a conde page 11 again finding 10 So, and Kiddish, Auditor General, maybe they can answer this question as well. I know each of we have 45 LGA certified chapters, and some of their FMS is different from each other. At the time, San Juan was the 5th chapter to be certified LGA. Ako TCDC was gay got down Bishmas on that house. Under this, your 10th finding, travel expenditures are not properly approved, accurately calculated and supported with appropriate documentation. This is always a finding with most of the chapters. Travel. 80% go advanced, which has that's pretty much what we do. I know Mr. Black Treasurer, and then again, I said, but the way manager, you're the Secretary Treasurer. Based on Loki Hans, but if you're a red flag, if you need to, I don't chapter president, Mr. Small Canyon, I don't kill us and under page 11, ethnic condition, that last box here, travel requests for chapter officials were not approved at a duly called chapter meeting. I'm wondering when this started with chapters, because my chapters, they don't come before the chapter for approval if they're going anywhere. It's all administrative at the approval is done pretty much by the manager. Chapter in a way, the state of Arizona, Phoenix, 80% receives another. You keep track of your own mileage that I used to be a chapter president, so I know what I'm talking about. Because these things don't come before the chapter with all 6 of my chapters. 5 of them are LGA certified chapters, and they don't come before the chapter for approval to travel anywhere. That's all done administratively. So, is one of my questions. I know they have a plan to correct that, but that's my question there, Madam Chair. Thank you. Back to you.
Honorable Chair Nez for your question. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield it over to, I believe it would be the Auditor General in terms of travel policy for certified and possibly even non-certified chapters in regards to travel by elected officials. Does it have to go before the chapter leadership for approval, or is that administratively approved? Yes, go ahead. Sorry, you have to press that button.
Okay, to answer your question, Honorable Chair, for Shanto, under their fiscal policies and procedures, this was in their policy, so that's why we use it as criteria. But this isn't applicable to all chapters. It's based on what was in their policy that we utilize when we determine the criteria during the audit.
Chair Nez, does that clarify your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a follow-up, maybe just a comment here. Now that, thank you for your response. I certainly do appreciate it. Mr. Small Canyon, the manager, and Mr. Treasurer, the Vice President Leah. So I see that they have their LGA certification, their own AFOG. And I'm just surprised that it's written that way in your FMS. Maybe it's time, Chair, when we mention we need to meet with 45 certified chapters, this is where we need to look at how can we assist these chapters that are LGA certified? Post certification, what is it that they can now move forward and work with? Maybe it's time for them to really amend their FMS and take this out. You see, some things are done administratively, like student financial assistance. That we call scholarship at the local level. Veterans, you don't make veterans come before the chapter to ask for assistance. That's, you know, what I take it, some things are done administratively and it's very professional if it's done administratively. You don't want your chapter officials standing, although it is very transparent. You don't need them to come standing before the people and saying, and if the FMS is written that way, maybe it is time to look at all LGA certified chapters and help them and make recommendations. We have 3 years, Chair. I don't 1 year, 3 years on each seat. What is it that we can do? On the 24th Council, we met with Central, Western, I think there's only 2 LGA certified chapters. Half, could you go into Mexico? I don't need that. We haven't done that. But all that information we pretty much absorb. But as the new RDC, I think this is where we need to really sit down with the LGA certified chapters, AFOG chapters, and see how they operate. We heard from Tuba City a while back, and with all the businesses and them having a tax ordinance, they disclosed how much money they were making from their local tax ordinance, local businesses. So do you talk about this? But I guess if it is written here, FMS, then you have to follow that and change that. So thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair Nez for that, allowing to go into a deeper dive in dialogue for the 45 chapters that are certified. And I do have ASC representative here, Mr. Sosi, maybe with his presence and taking down this particular recommendation that he would take it back to his colleagues as well as senior program project specialists at the ASC region areas. I believe there's 8 across the Navajo Nation, and consolidate a meeting, or if you want to structure it by Arizona, Utah, New Mexico chapter, so that there would be more in-depth dialogue and see where some of these changes will be made. And one of the things that I just want to share with my colleagues here, a couple of months ago, we all had a work session in Albuquerque, New Mexico regarding Title 26 amendments. And I did send out an email to our Natani, Madam Speaker Curley, to set up a Title 26 amendments. At that time, there were 4 models that were shared with us by legal counsel from Department of Justice Chapter Unit, Mr. Roderick Begay. So that particular Nabikia work session still has to happen. And from this model, we would like to see the 25th Council's recommendation on which model we need to go with, which is going to be a quick fix. And we also did hear at that work session from Office of Navajo Government Development, Mr. Harrison Sosi and his team, and it appears that a longer term needs to be done in terms of a government reform and restructuring chapters and whatnot. So it did quite a show off with Nelson, and that should be coming down the pipe here soon. And again, we'll be calling on Division of Community Development / ASC to being present to hopefully answer some of these questions that our colleagues will be having at that time. So any other members of Resources and Development Committee with any questions or comments? Honorable Claw.
Good morning, Donyanston. As I was reviewing this corrective action plan, one of the things that really became apparent is regarding the employees and then how they were paid for hours not earned. So I just wanted to hear from the chapter how you plan on correcting that portion. And then also where your contractor was paid $30,400 for work that could not be verified. So, to me, that does present an issue, especially when chapters are receiving ARPA funding. And as we know, certified chapters, they do not have to work with an IDIQ. And so most of the responsibility does fall back on the chapters. And then in addition to that, if you have a corrective action plan and you're receiving ARPA funding, you also have to do your audit for your ARPA funding. So I also wanted to find out from our auditor here how that will affect their ARPA funding when they have to do their audit, when some of these have not been addressed as far as their corrective action plan. And the reason why I'm asking this is because under the US Department of Treasury, they do have to be in a good financial standing. And if a chapter is not in a good standing and they have a cap on them, how will that reflect on the US Department of Treasury as far as the ARPA funding? So those would be my question. And then the other recommendation I have is in regards to the contractor. I don't know if the chapter officials as well as the chapter manager are familiar that Navajo Nation Council, they did pass the new NABOA Act, which is the Navajo Business Opportunity Act. And so with that, you know, that does affect your contracting capability. So I just wanted to know what your plans are as far as your chapter on maybe participating in a training on some of those changes. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Clark. Madam Chair stepped out for a minute. I'm gonna be taking over at this moment. I'd like to take it back to our sponsor and agent for response to the comments and questions by Honorable Nez as well as Honorable Clark. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Yeah, but I'll defer the questions to John chapter leadership and also part of the jails.
Allora, corona siamo agli corona ma so tanto ale dai sono agli corona ido naide che dire che da sogi doni detta 2020 yeah da additionally I don't again not the see so I don't need to administration area I don't be hata shi Aro dire what out nido ya dire bim uliagi bada e kied Hoshi sa on the she ya do Bahoni zino ahon din e Joshing hot the dot e hodo nido de kare de we can see zempe modiagi Aro now nation business regulatory, aje do, ako hishana nilo. And the deed been bigi gune ya dire LG certification do, nile alternative form of governance. So the hegi do shop had it all saw bad kids in that. As far as policies and procedures, it on the non-certified they ya passage kids in the. Ako anan benas adon nisho the LGA do alternative form of governance. Additionally, today we follow the policy. It's no longer a plan. We exercise it and practice it every day in our administrative office. But still ahead.
You can come up here and I do apologize, we have to have everyone come up here and talking to the speaker, but we just need to retrieve, this particular meeting for the record, so.
Hey, good afternoon. Yes, Marsha Gray, Honorable Jesus, Honorable Delegate also, Mr. Johnson, and members of RDC, Shelter Chapter Vice President. One of the things we have to keep in mind is this audit was from covering 2012 to 2016. It's not a recent one. So a majority of us were not in office at that time. However, we did take initiative to do some corrective actions related to the 15 findings. And one of them that Ms. Claude just asked about is what's with the 3,000 for work not verified and also the 19,000. The answer to those two is that there was a program manager that was hired that we didn't budget for. And the other one is a administrative position that we needed to fill for an office specialist. And those coincide with the 5 management systems, checks and balances. And if we didn't have those two positions, we could not be doing what we are doing currently.
Shadeja, Honorable Claude, does that answer your question, and do you have follow-up?
I did ask the Auditor General if that would be affecting the ARPA.
So to Auditor General's office, Honorable Claude did pose a question in regards to the certified chapters receiving ARPA fundings directly, and if this would impact it with this corrective action that is in place. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Karen Briscoe with the Office of the Auditor General. And in regards to that question regarding ARPA funds, those funds, I believe the chapter would have to be in good standing in regards to their financial statement audit. So I don't know if they're up to date on their financial statement audits, but they would have to be in good standing with their financial statement audit. Whereas our audit is an internal audit. So I guess you would have to ask whoever's administering the ARPA funds whether they're going to consider internal audit. But I would think that they're looking more towards the financial statement audit, and whether they're in good standing with the financial statement audit currently, you would have to ask the check.
Okay. Question you have, take it to governance manager.
I can't, not the Elizabeth Whitethorn Benally, not at the, I didn't kid about the, how will it affect our financial statement, be unmodified 2023. They all thousand dollars, so it's quite a nice stuff. I can't. External heart wall audit, that's the last audit that we received.
Question. So she got Vice President. Okay.
Hello again. I'd like to stress that yes, this audit paperwork that you're looking at is for internal controls, internal audits that have to do with our operation and procedures. We did also do external audits. The last one was done covering, I think it was 2017. And the findings there are unmodified. Our financial records are in good standing, at least for the spot checks that were done.
Kokoshi, yeah, thank you to chapter leadership and also Auditor General in response to ARPA dollars that are being directed to certified chapters and with this impact, withholding that money. But again, from chapter leadership, it was shared that it's an unmodified audit that was done by an external auditor, Shadeja Honorable Claw. Does that pretty much answer your question?
I would still like to get a legal opinion from the FRF office, just to make sure that internal audits do not affect the ARPA funding.
Kokoshi? Yeah, so Ms. Khan or Ms. Quinn, maybe you can help us here. Honorable Claw wants to get a legal opinion whether from FRF office regarding any ARPA dollars that are being directly sent over to certified chapters. And if they're in a cap status or recommended for sanction, do they still get funds, or how would we be able to get to this question answered by Honorable Claw?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the FRF office is represented by the Department of Justice, and specifically the Tax and Finance Unit. As you know, Mel Rodas is the attorney who is the head of that department. And I do not have the answer to that question myself, but that is the individual Department of Justice, Tax and Finance Unit that would have the information to answer that question, Madam Chair. And also there is, my understanding is the Department of Justice does have an outside attorney that is helping them with the specific issues of expenditures of that particular federal funding. Very technical expertise is needed, and I would ask that communication be made with the Department of Justice Tax and Finance Unit to answer that question. My assumption is that they are not available at this time, but I'd be contacted for the answer to that question, Madam Chair.
So question again. So who would make that communication? Us as delegates or you as an attorney?
If it is the committee's desire, we can make that communication with the Tax and Finance Unit and find out when is a good time for him to come and address this question to the Resources and Development Committee, and we can very well do that.
Kokoshi? So since this is involving money and it's also coming back to accountability purposes, I'd like to request to have Tax and Finance Unit, Mr. Rodas, to come before Resources and Development Committee. Again, we do have certified chapters across the Navajo Nation, and we just want to be readily available if a similar question gets posed by not just the members of Resources and Development Committee, but by also colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And I appreciate your assistance, ladies. Yeah. Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you. So I thank my colleague Honorable Claw for raising that question, and I thank Auditor General's Office for responding. This is a comment directed to the Auditor General staff. That response was inconsistent. I have a chapter that is labeled high risk certified chapter, and it does affect their ARPA. So that, your response is inconsistent, with the communication between the chapter and DCD. So from speaking from my chapter, I have one chapter that is sanctioned, and it does affect their ARPA as well. So, but we do need that clarification from our legislative council. If you could go ahead and make that connection, I'd surely appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson for making the additional recommendation and a valid argument as to the concerns in regards to ARPA projects that are going to certified chapters, whether they're in good standing or have some internal accountability issues. So yeah, with that, members of, Honorable Simpson.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Mr. Vice Chair, members of RC staff, yes, this, Mr. Daniels, the Office of General, chapter officials from Shelter Chapter, good afternoon, get these sheets, the correct action plan. And she tells she, she might underneath that. She can't, you say all that, Joe, to your table. I left it on this. So yeah, we think the team, but she might charge me, about a week cheap, which mine joint to your kid. So we couldn't all not contact the you could get this correct action plan, or you could have to general solution, you don't get this working with the chunk chapter. She went on to see that audit's very important. So 1999, when you guys came, look at certified chapter, LG certified chapter, you're supposed to have an audit every year annually. So if she talked about what she just stated, you guys won't be enforcing it. So on an annual basis, you probably just, one fine the sheet per year, she will not, she. So if she cut it, on your correct action plan, I thought also later, you separate for your annual audit, so I appreciate that. I said, she job and give the short job, and so see, the dealership will be not done, so it's good. She did, obviously audit's good, we learn from it, they find our mistakes. No one's perfect, no business perfect, no chapter is perfect. So issues on it, and I wish the nation could afford to pay for the non-LG certified chapter to get their audit done annually. Yeah, so I really support all the 10 chapters to get audit annually, but you see that we can afford it. But as LG certified, you guys stated that be LG certified that you'll have an annual audit done and just what requirements. But I reiterate, all 110 chapters will audit annually, and we won't have all these big issues when chapter. I'll say non-LG certified chapter will audit every 10 years. Then all these problems are not that are happening within 10 years, it becomes big in 10 years like that. So I do support all 110 chapters to be audited annually, and we always know which the niche can afford it, what you can't. So she's your little street though, she can, all is good. I know there's, I think, 12 findings. So she again, by honesty, myself and where the chapter I represent, I'll definitely convey that information that it's good to have an audit, it's good to have an audit annually. So we don't have these big problems, arise from only being audited 2 years from 1999 to the state. So education now, they sort of check the go. She could do recommend that this correct action plan is suffice to be carried out by the chapter officials and staff, government manager. So let's not go to sanction, sanction, let's avoid that data. So our next list is pertaining to sanction. So let's not go that route and let's get this thing done. And something you were with this thing, certain period of the years that were audited, some were probably not chapter officials or government managers, but once you came on board, you gotta take that on to so she enjoyed her manager, vice chair, there's an RC here staff. Thank you.
Sad and Lenny Kodo, Hanaz Mishido, Hatnas Miller, Baby Jahanzi, Kodo Egan, she asked, but not that they should ask Honorable Aruso to introduce himself, and thank you for gracing us with your presence here this afternoon, sir.
Good morning. It's been also in the Unido, not cutting that 20 green, which 但是是好帮我是新的路卡的那个车，所以呢，今年的是那个婚礼是的那shadow不是那那是那那是那为什么说生那shot. So yeah, and the committee members, members of the Resources Development Commission, Madam Chair, I don't know, Vice Chair. I was my son, if the media in I don't know, I didn't create change, if I was Carnival Simpson. Yeah, it's been a happy New Year's and look forward for new realm of Resource and Development Committee meeting this year, 2024. I didn't come yet. It's been those of you from here in Chanto chapters, my son goes to tell. I did try to little, I did yeah, I know I did shade, I did so I was chapter employee here, so or I did those of you in the audience here. Good morning, it's been at all. Thank you very much.
Although, in closing, with the questions that were asked and recommendations that were made to leadership, I just want to just share the message and convey the message of these funds that chapters get from the Navajo Nation, their general funds, as this basal aid. And oftentimes we have to give the full information back to our constituents and leave it in as elected official, as a chapter manager, based on in the 5 management system, essentially you're a certified chapter, and there's a language provision in there that says applicable to Navajo Nation laws, state and federal. Governance manager, and Lily for bringing the issue up to before us here today. The BIM, there's really no stipulations that is defined for certified chapters, alternative form of government, though Council of Government, which obviously, and that's an area that we probably have to team up with Administrative Service Center, in this case, Mr. Sosi. This is where Honorable Chair Nash has has job and not mission linigi bay of either. At aid the Yankee cake na Yankee chip days eat we janky hajo by inzen. At egg and lashka do watinzo. Ben na ade aden linigi hashing took but not nothing. A court here ain't hard, Dean Zage a watch or not ani no sleed or aj yard aogi ain't nabis day not niche. Ani a yard Kodochas Josh Keith in the Ehat India edit. A call Kodon Linigi Hajo, Nikinan Mishas Edo Beso Angel Hajo became the non e adult ada behas ani became Nishodo, Bekajif Ingo. Ko ani had she a das and dark also a kin hasla other but now ADA Mhanet asked through chapter resolutions. A court got out or starting really bakage, they said, oh, thank you, Nini that. Though we have faith in every one of you to protect and safeguard the assets of the Navajo Nation, whether they're liquid and non-liquid assets. At this time, I'd like to yield the floor back over to Shiyash Honorable Daniels.
Thank you. Yeah, Anna the Madam Chair, Shima, I don't know, I'm not sure the Resources and Development Committee, just staff it over. I see I can't, it's not Ecuador. I can't, I don't know if she was get. I can't, don't know, she had here. Jag kan ha de sådana här jobb. Inte som skit jag tycker att det tycker jag är så bara inte som på en evigt elevator. Vad som jag har sett det glass sad. Jag då vid nästa då glass när det är ju då är det get jag har sett då att ändå är shoppa vid oss aslan I use before I give some time to Mr. Robert Black. Maybe that staff as a cake but Because introduce the sheet code on the data that in innovation my agitation that the great chapter manager litigation map. Of course, my kid that's a care called Miss Mailboy. That's that I don't that but also Miss Faniazi guess care called AIC care but as I need shot towards it. The go out and east there go. The go that games you know that I put up a chin gas and so forth. That's set up with a cut and a slow call. Because it is put up and that's a social navigation after the made Mr. Robert Black. Thank you.
Question?
Honorable delegates, Chair Hicks, Vice Chair Johnson, honorable delegates of the Resource Development Committee. Shay Robert Black Jr. 또 낸시게 산지 캐릭터 그렇지 시청 우리 치리다 시체도 저서 산이시나이다 다다 낸시도 샤토도 나샤도 beginas and again it is that Sandra Black a Kodona that worked my agency some chapter then so Kiani the as the needs not recast though she is do the bond of chi put chili a sanction so cut struggling no and it's like in that see careful. Anyway, I'd like to thank the committee, providing guidance and then understanding the process and I see Diego and she I think reportedly we cannot start on the 19th I don't know to and I was called Gija and she thinking that we could on there. The Athena's name in Naoines. Shineshi got a unlimited as uncapable a best cheat on it, but actually, which was a foundation on time had English. Could you place away by the yacht or bells and then give away and she put a shade and name and she which is a lot but the law in Kakudo, even on Hannah, which on Mashnish. Todo akzad osnina. Sena has behind going in a shiki and night zibi keko in Hashterson. Lord, on Bessia and Shirtava, second days K, Shimado Shimade. Koeva has the Ashi Nishi Kikari partners and then Denigi Oida start of the care that is young and then is that large budget that needs Denigi. A peso George Batman chose Elon chose even A1C case, but even not a later. Initially, Saprovish at Anish. The Kade Kukishi, Hayes, Kito, Adonda, in other shidos, but Kabi Ash, I see Yego, 80 competent, no, in sausage, the high Nicholas there in Ashish. Cut I don't can cut general case. The Kibata hot tea done that could they need a hot tea has on one neck. Kadea down quitting dead. Unmarked by Moya, say it was on. Could I initially out there and saucy days though? Each chapter China Rhinos in English and one named over potato. Other armed damage and I go and they catch on a right of the potato. A day bands unequal of the they need each other. Starting in Africa. Coedo about this thing. Each other, especially Mr. Invade, the hot in a needy at the hot. 新很多是一个爱到这类拉丁看的就是，一些呢为啥为的样给那那是给，你也可是一点呀，人老大山的，那阿拉伯好自己的，啊这个阿拉东可以那的那我听不好自己的呀，快了别好自己比也都要说的其实很多是那是一个个，那谁的吧是，看到阿拉可得人老一。都阿达西不多呢，是比个也个呗，就是多样也也这边他的就是被呀这，他也不是个，但是伊呀8分，那 kids 看一个呀书的，那个 chat 呀那样的是那些都等，我的可以现在你说 chat 那是个被呀这。他被是办了，对对，安内也确认他是安徽要这样的 emissions。你拿类的 job listing 那是一个 account maintenance special，所以不大概还一些拿到人生的。你拿你给我情况别是安你别把你听到还一些给我只是打到的，比爱单位的钱，然后就是还一些给别人是的真的，爱那是拿到的你。Och även en hajkraft är en så att man ser ni då det står ställt i då använda det så även ta bara ni så min även ta när ni bild jag ska då bättre där i det ni den lazas anedina så se mig hit är det då det är ben det jag tar även så där ni nu när jag tar peso är belanda i det då alltså en naken the more Sebettin helt kios mango ett arbetsin där I gör inte det inish och det är ju tradition då och det bara hon som det sker annars secretary treasurer snart every month the anti financial documents the Irish aid the Western application the administrative assistant and I would venture to say she's the leading expert in MIP Arlinda I see you awesome. So even now, Shabbat is the I understand. I don't enjoy it. They're probably just zero. Even I'm not and check. I'm not even and check. And I said, Kahayana Hazard, that's an answer touch at the house there. I know you got another issue. So I need to tell them, none does the or you better. Or AD chit now, but partners and just not to be sure. It all Tasha, but Bahamas and the Shinatash, and though they are here us and we bring the 8 agent and another as a single, they see, because I'm kind of planning something that will be about. So thank you very much, Ken.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Black, and I would like to go ahead and yield the floor over to my colleague, Honorable So.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I do need to check. It's only with the opening year. Do I did chat for the about spending unnecessarily other but that's what I need. Okay, could I so she bought one there. Now you shoot that. That though actually has that though that yeah. Actually, I keep it in depth. I come from a certified chapter, also a alternative form of government. And I always tell them fossils that fossil fuel. Originally related and then so referring to 2C chapter through a referendum. The Navajo people in the scene. And this is the same scenario. The community members of Tonto. Nahataye Nahisi. Hajo Kateno Pata. Later in not Akode Salaho Sunday I today Atrahate the chapter destiny netra. Adol Atobe Nada is there. I'll turn certified chapter. Also as an alternative form of government. You said, "I feel done that a bini gato which is that okay." The ne eat ahki eat da ya eat ahki. A naha ye not a sneaky on so case though. Because they're the ones that said, "These shan't put able for a party." And now you watch the face able to do it. The so nasty got all the so show in. Could it hot now that is in they can do more as not a regular chapter, but as an alternative form of government. Alcohol the best ones on the hot so you can not Harry Brown soon the hot did not see I was working for Indian Health Services at the time. We were working on Shantou Junction water line extension. Actually, in this chapter second coordinator. Oh, once we get certified, we'll build those bathroom addition in 2-3 months. Then, while we came in, bathroom addition. Then, Indian Health Service in 2005. Bathroom addition, water line in the bathroom addition. As I worked on that project, that's the reason why I say that. And the alternative form of government, the Navajo people have invested that stability for you to actually say, you which interest can that the art, which don't live, where don't live. Are the other art, are the other art, but not the high don't live. That's how crucial the government is. And even in now, I see up on state, or just glancing at just the front page, what the Auditor General has put in their report. And like I indicated earlier, but this shouldn't have been the case. This tells me that even though your predecessors should launch it, not on the I couldn't days yet now could it's not now. You're still responsible for it. It's your governance. Alternative form of government. Moving forward. One that I just glanced at is the requirement of the audits. It indicates that it's inconsistent. They didn't hold it, and yeah, they had 1980, 98 or 99. There should have been audits already done. The nation shouldn't be asking you to get your audit done, whether it's every 2 years, whether it's every 4 years. It shouldn't be the case. You should get it done, and that's what I tell my chapter. Don't kick it aside and think, oh, we'll take care of it next year. And in none, Harry Brown, to change. He had hope in the local government system. I had many conversations with Honorable Harry Brown. He saw a vision that Shantou will prosper off of this. And with that, to allow the government to get into this, whether it's the past delegates or the past chapter officials, this shouldn't have been the case. Harry Brown. On the floor. There was 88 delegates. Those delegates would have been, they had an option to vote no. but they listen to Harriet Ruff as a motion from the floor for D not unlimited transfer, they not. And he the week after the a audit after 100 not free. And a pair for open not on this in open not open not in give a I will go ahead and support the request that honorable Honorable Daniels, I don't know, I did check with officials again, the corrective action plan for all the again. Put on that mentioned nothing. I see the year about this off and not such. Looking at the development that we funded in from the permanent trust fund projects, there's many more. Just think if we can get the local taxation authority approved there in Shanto. Is that tax, if they had a question, isn't it? But the Hanyaje and Nikatnas and Nichink and business at least fees and things like that. What I'm getting to is that Shanto can prosper. Shave of Ati. No. I think she wants to use that. That's we. Our son. Actually, that is cut down there. Yeah. But now, I did something. I did. Shanto. Just names it as tweet. As tweet, but no. I didn't kid in. Next, I should have there's a guy that's over here, that's here, Mr. Black. Here's a word. Elder that made Shanto put them on the map. Mr. Thomas Barlow. Ado le Bikishi Mule and le Patarikin, Nikeda, Nil Talman. Ado peaches down there are neighborhood fence. The name or a little the Akin, the Kinake, the Martinez. Ado a his big city. The Kino, Bicashin, and only some rock and meet that the gun catch it. The other things of a Navajo Mountain and Shanto. So we cut the some mechanics in the even now, okay, the understand. I did so, I saw so shit. I did a I did even now, kid. Many opportunities that the people of Shanto can get in the blood when they feed it. Although, nothing. Again, so sad that young, other need caution, son by it. In my son, so harsh, that son, I just stop. God, unmet, okay, English. I don't really because he told you I touched me. I say, you can eat your dashing, so I let because he put on the car, not yet. Or ever, I the chaos of big eat, ten eat that are you added. I go even now, a production and time can get about, get there and just not stay. And I really would like to see the alternative form of government really prosper. I do see that we need to make policy stringent on chapters that move to be an alternative form of government or having their own local authorities, such as business at leasing authority or any type of leasing authority or taxing authority. The audit of some that's mandatory and it's tribal law. What happens if the chapter does not comply with that audit? In my view, we should pull back 25% of the next fiscal year ending until an audit is brought forth or is in compliance. That's just a thought. I mean, ego, mothers and fathers, what do you do when your kids don't listen to you? You have to get stern at some point. Even not, that's the same thing. Even not, those are just some that I think that we should set the bar higher for the alternative form of government so that they can comply, because that's how the municipalities operate, such as Flagstaff, Shola, Winslow, Cobra. If they don't use those state dollars to a certain degree, they're punished for it. And they're told, you're not gonna get this money. Okay, the next fiscal year, based on the state that should at the top, should at the top. I need, but now, quite been not on the Lohoto farm, can't over these. The quite not on, but indeed, it's too loose. We need to tighten it up so that we can make sure that these things happen. This is the same thing I tell my chapter on this, isn't it? Because my chapter was an example. $1 million was the Bajos in them. Even a sister chapter over the snow in the side. They're not on my best side. But Annie, I tell you, be in Detroit. I don't tie up the door for me. It's not it's not Wonder Rock's money. It's the Navajo people's money that is dispersed out there. And it's dispersed based off of 50-50 formula. Equal distribution on one half, the other half based off of registered voters. And not even based on each equity. Even now, up in the and again, I want to support the supporting resolution that Honorable Daniels has brought forth today for this meeting. Go on the Kodo Adish Masana. Yeah, so I did not ask. So I did Krishna Ben Nasi so officials and managers on the even from the Auditor General's office. You're there for a purpose. And not what job and has only been applicable. Just think if the policy was really stringent, Auditor General would have said, let's go sanction them. Cut or shake. But they're probably lenient. But if Auditor General office really wanted to get up to par, they can make recommendations to the committees and say, let's do this. If we find out there's something wrong with the chapter, if the Auditor General makes that recommendation, we can go ahead and have a sanction resolution move forward. And then that's you're just one chapter out of 110 chapters. Legal partners they're probably in worse conditions that you guys are in. But what up and from the for those that don't know, I shot for the other shitty and get that I did not so thank you.
Honorable, so with that, in conclusion, again, I commend the team here, leadership, Honorable Delegate Daniels for coming here before us, and you can all breathe now. I'm sure that you are stressed out and whatnot. So I'd like to commend the young ladies and recognize the both of you as well for your hard work and meeting the accounting standards for chapter. I too was boots on the ground as a coordinator before, so I know the ins and outs and reporting and everything. So it is a lot of work, and you do wear a lot of hats every day. So again, and also to the governance manager. So the next time you come back before Resources Development Committee, it will be to get you off of CAP and that you're not recommended for sanction. Of course, our sister committee, Budget and Finance Committee, has the last say because they're the final authority. So so with that, I believe questions and recommendations were given here, and we do have some noted to work closely with ASC in regards to some possible changes that we need amendments to for certified chapters to have a clearer direction, a better blueprint on how to address a lot of these issues. We'll definitely work with Division of Community Development on that. And also a legal opinion from Tax and Finance Unit with Department of Justice in regards to ARPA projects that are going to certified chapters. Will it impact them if they're sanctioned or currently in CAT status? So those are the two follow-ups I have. And Mr. Tahi, if you can please take roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0268-23. Honorable Shawna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Shawna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, and congratulations, and I wish you the best of luck for correcting your findings. Well, thank you. And have a safe trip back. We move forward to legislation 0269-23. And if I could have Mr. Tahi please read the legislation into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have summary sheet for tracking number 0269-23, date December 13, 2023. National Lending to Resource and Development and Budget and Finance Committees, accepting a second follow-up review of the Ojeto Chapter Corrective Action Plan implementation and opposing sanctions upon the Ojeto Chapter for failing to significantly implement its corrective action plan. Purpose of this legislation is to accept the Auditor General's second review of the Ojeto Chapter's implementation of its approved corrective action plan and its proposed sanctions upon the chapter for its failure to implement its corrective action plan. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Herman N. Daniels Jr. for tracking number 0269-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Budget Finance Committees, accepting a second follow-up review of the Ojeto Chapter Corrective Action Plan implementation and opposing sanctions upon the Ojeto Chapter for failing to significantly implement its corrective action plan. In section 1 outlines the authority. In section 2, the findings with references in exhibit 1, exhibit 2, and exhibit 3. In section 3, the acceptance of the Auditor General's report and recommendation for implementations of sanctions with references in exhibit 3. In section 4 is the savings clause, and section 5 is the effective date. Attaches exhibit 1, which is a resolution of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, 24 Navajo Nation Council, first year 2019, resolution number BFD-56-19. Attaches exhibit 2, which is the office of the Auditor General of the Navajo Nation, a follow-up review of the Ojeto Chapter Corrective Action Plan and implementation, report number 21-14, June of 2021. Attaches exhibit 3, which is Office of the Auditor General of the Navajo Nation, the second follow-up review of the Ojeto Chapter Corrective Action Plan and implementation, report number 23-08, March of 2023. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch and Public Review Summary for legislation number 0269-23. Sponsors Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. This legislation was posted on December 19, 2023 at 2:52 p.m. The five-day comment period ended December 24, 2023. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0269-23 read into the record.
Mr. Tahi. So with that, members of RDC, may I get a motion?
Motion.
Honorable Claude, may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Office of the Auditor General to give us an overview on the audit results. Yeah. Ashonda, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Briscoe with the Office of the Auditor General. I'll be presenting the report for the second follow-up review of the Ojeto Chapter's Corrective Action Plan implementation. But just to give a little history on this report, back in 2019, we completed a special review of the Ojeto Chapter. We issued report number 19-23 in July of 2019. We reviewed a period of March 2018 to March 2019. We reported on two findings. The first finding is related to travel, second finding was related to property. The report and corrective action plan were approved by the Budget and Finance Committee in December of 2019. At the time of the initial audit, the chapter was fully staffed. This is a non-certified chapter. Thereafter, we completed a follow-up review in 2021. We issued the report named a follow-up review of the old Batesville chapter's corrective action plan implementation. We issued report number 21-14 in June of 2021. We reviewed a 6-month period ending March 2021. At the start of the follow-up review, the chapter was fully staffed. But at the end, when we issued the report, the CSC had just resigned at the time of that follow-up. The chapter had 16 corrective measures that they had to address. But they did not fully address everything. The only of the 16 only addressed or only implemented 2 of those. So since the findings were not resolved, we had our Auditor General's office had recommended sanctions be imposed on the Batesville chapter and the chapter officials in accordance with Title 12, Section 9 B and C. This legislation was presented to the Budget and Finance Committee in September of 2021, but it was tabled. And we had to go back to do another progress review of the chapter. We went back and we did in 2023 to complete this a second follow-up review of the chapter, which is report number 23-08. We issued this report in March of 2023. We reviewed a 6-month period ending December 2022. And during this second follow-up review, the chapter was fully staffed. And of the 16 corrective measures, 11 were implemented and 5 were not. For the 2 findings, 1 was resolved and 1 was not resolved. So the travel is resolved while the property remains unresolved. So let's kind of go over what the review results were for the second follow-up review. So the first finding was that the travel request and expense reimbursements are not properly resolved. This finding are not properly approved. This finding is resolved. We looked at 11 expenses and we noted a few minor discrepancies, such as the travel authorization forms are not dated, so we couldn't tell if they were approved prior to departure. One report was not approved by the supervisor, but other documents were. One traveler was overpaid for mileage and fund approval forms were missing. And then other things that we noted when we're looking at the travel documents were that they implemented a form, which is a request for travel authorization form. These are used by travelers to request for travel prior to the actual travel authorization form being prepared, but there was no consistency in the use of this form. And then there were 2 expense reports that showed the AMS reconciled for loan reimbursement. So we recommended that, with if there's no CSC, then AHC should reconcile for the AMS. But overall, the chapter made improvements with the travel process. And with these improvements, the audit issue was being reasonably resolved. But the chapter should still address all of these issues that we did note in this report, just to be consistent in the travel policies, implementation of the travel policies. Then the second finding was that controls over property need improvement to assure property is accurately identified and well documented. This was not resolved. based on a review of the inventory records and on-site visit to the chapter, we noted that the last physical count of inventory was completed by the current CSC in December of 22. The administration uses the risk management insurance forms to document their chapter property inventory. But they left out a lot of details, such as like make, model, year, VIN numbers, license numbers. We're all missing on these forms. There's also no acquisition dates identified for most property, so incomplete information could make it difficult to identify and value any property that's damaged or stolen for insurance purposes. Inventory is missing property tags for buildings and heavy equipment. The inventory contains both Navajo Nation and chapter decorated property numbers, which was confirmed by physical verification of the property, but Navajo Nation tag numbers were identical, so that made it difficult to distinguish the properties. So the chapter was advised to proceed with their property tags, provided that they number them in sequential order. The chapter, the value for chapter buildings and heavy equipment were provided. The AMS estimated property values due to missing documentation. So most property was at the chapter prior to the staff being hired. And the AMS took the initiative, used her judgment to value property, but the method used to determine these values were not documented. And the estimated values were not approved by the CSC or officials. Same property numbers were reported twice on the inventory, which would cause chapter to unnecessarily pay more for insurance coverage than what's actually needed. The condition of property is not clearly documented. Chapter displays plans to dispose of some old and inoperable property, but these items could not be readily determined based on current inventory, and any disposal plans at the time would be lacking proper documented support, and the location of property is not clearly documented. 2 of 10 property items that we selected for verification of property tags could not be located during our site visit, but the other 8 were tagged, and the chapter indicated the items were relocated since the last physical count was performed and their current location was unknown as of our site visit. Although staff have taken initiative to complete the chapter inventory, the overall controls needed further improvement. So property, specifically fixed assets, help determine the chapter's overall financial position with regard to valuing assets. Therefore, accountability is important. At the end of field work, staff had begun to work on updating the inventory with complete information and seeking better to appraise those values. So that's what's reported in the report. In our conclusion, although more corrective measures are implemented as of the second follow-up review, one of the other findings remains unresolved and the risk associated with the finding remains significant. Since September 2021, that's when BNF tabled the legislation. All the way up to when this second follow-up report was issued in March of 23, the chapter had approximately 18 months to fully implement the cap. Therefore, they had sufficient opportunity to address the matters and resolve the 2 findings. Section 9 of our plan of operation grants the Auditor General the authority to recommend sanctions upon a chapter who do not fully implement its corrective action plan. Therefore, the Auditor General will revise its initial recommendation for sanctions to impose only Section 9B, which will cause 10% of money payable from any government fund to be withheld until its corrective action plan is implemented. The Auditor General also recommends the Administrative Service Center provide the necessary guidance and technical assistance to help the chapter achieve this goal. That's the end of our report. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. So members of RDC, do we have any questions on this legislation? Okay, so with that,
We'll hear from Trump.
Yeah, we're gonna hear from them. So, Honorable Daniels, and we'll go ahead and give it to leadership and then ASC. 20 minutes presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, but members of Resources and Development Committee, I hope the staff, yeah, but I don't know, but there's the housing, so now, but not Shinigi. But get a house net on the office of Auditor General, but and this Briscoe, get a house net. The way that they will take hold. I was again. A creation house net. I don't know, but don't wait that. They can stay on it or bend that or able to get it, stay on the way down. I have a Ojato acting coordinator, I don't know, ASC, so just now, Mr. Koshanala, Mr. Calvin Sosi. I didn't go kitchen down, Mr. Gito, the way office connect. A could go the way down, should page it, Verna Yazi, until the supply. Latest example, AMS. The office assistant with Ocean Mayaja, Tennessee Tracy. Latest attachment with art, Nahami Kreko. I don't mention a ton, delegate with all the chapter officials. Aid of Shana, Mr. President, with all that, Mr. Willis McKay. We were in guest staff, out of that with all Shama. The vice president, delegate with all that. We were in guest staff, with all them. Miss Holiday, I don't know, with all Ashana Shama, with all. Aid. Latest book, they don't go to secretary. But I find I don't know the data. I think access all that in the Quadona ledger, I could on the data office of the Auditor General's office, they could on the base sanction to zinc of the door. There's two findings for the I don't know the door, I think it's like been national. I don't know the door, get thousand for the I believe, COVID-19. So I think so yeah, goodness. 3 years, that's a year, but goodness. I don't know, but I think so yeah, that's the sugar, but property, litigate and way that I think it's like tag it out. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know, but watching the way equipment that a Zo nada spazo came das so machine what she at one nation that's not out of the bendash shada. That's quite it and had it. So idea I don't know but we dish after the hunting so yeah had the highness for the data in dash and she gave with all them so litigate on an office staff and litigate ASC but acting coordinator into the shop of the action and merit chair without them. Mr. Sosi.
Was she? Yeah, Mr. Sosi.
Good afternoon. Members of the Resources Development Committee. My name is Calvin Sosi, I'm the acting CSC and then also SPPS for Kianta ASC. I don't mention it ya Kia Anishon. I'm a son of my education was a chill put some personality. We see it I can't know other in the shop. And I've been with ASC going on a little bit over 4 years now. So some of the issues that are brought up at the time, I'm familiar with it, and we're trying to make every effort to correct some of these issues that were identified in the audit. So really, we only have one outstanding audit that we have to complete, and we're in the process of working on that right now. As committee members, I want to let you know and want to thank the chapter officials and staff that we do recognize that these are some of the findings that we have to deal with. But the other thing that we have to take into consideration is that there's a lot of extended waiting circumstances that has happened at the chapter. So we had a chapter coordinator, a community service coordinator that recently had health issues, and we basically had to work with DOJ, DPM, since it's a non-certified chapter, to try to declare the position vacant, and that took some time. And then we had an AMS that was there for over 21 years, and she also retired. So with that, kind of also with the issue of COVID-19, that delayed a lot of the corrective action that we have in place. So even so back in November 1st, we hired a PEP worker to assist us with this audit, as well as November 27th, we also hired an AMS. So both of them are working very hard and trying to address these issues as well. So and right now, you know, every year we have this budgeting process, and we have to also get our annual carryover and annual budgets in place. So some of these findings requires funding, and some of these appraisals that need to be made requires a certified appraiser. What the chapter is working on right now. So just so that we bring the committee up to speed on what the chapter is doing. So the plan of action for Ojeto chapter is that we've scheduled James Gibson. He's a certified building appraiser for the state of Utah. And it was very hard, and it was a challenge to find an appraiser for the state of Utah. We contacted vendors and as far out as Salt Lake, and they have issues coming out to the Navajo Nation because of COVID. So James Gibson was able to apply for a temporary license for the state of Utah. He's certified in the state of Arizona and New Mexico. So he finally got his state certification, and he's scheduled to be out at Old J2 next week. The 22nd through the 26th, and he'll go ahead and appraise 3 warehouses that we have at the chapter. And then we don't have a chapter house per se, so we just only have a chapter administration. So appraising the Head Start building, and then the senior citizens. So they will also determine the square footages on those 2 as well. So that's what's lacking from the OAG report. So that will get satisfied at that time. As of the 2 weeks ago, we've ordered new property tax since I've been placed into the acting status for the CSC position. And the new property tax, we've ordered 500 tags. So in the future, we'll be able to just tag any new building and any property that has value over 500 or a quote out of no. So that should come in any day. So in this binder, it has all of the activities that I'm talking about. I'll share that with the committee for your review. On July 27th, we approached RDO, and they have a certified heavy equipment appraiser. He came out and appraised all the buildings that were identified, not buildings, but heavy equipment and vehicles that were identified as inoperable, but we were required to provide property tax to those. So I guess it's so that we can dispense them off the system. So it's in tab 5. So they gave us an estimate for each equipment that were not, that although they were inoperable, so they were very low figures. So so in terms of the corrective action plan, that's inserted in here under tab 2 too as well. It addresses, and I've given myself 6 months since I've been appointed as the CST to correct all these findings, and I'm within timeline to get all these worked out. And at that point in time, when we feel like we're ready, I'm thinking maybe, and when the weather gets a lot better, maybe May, June, or July, OAG can come out for a revisit and take a look at these, the one finding. So, and then the noted deficiencies that are listed underneath. So, 80 day on hinge keto, So we're in the process, and basically, I think everything that was mentioned earlier has been addressed through this internal corrective action plan that we have in place for the chapter. So I'll wait for your question. Okay, so I'd like to forward to you, and maybe the committee can just take a look at what we're actually working on. So maybe if there's any questions, I'll be around to answer any questions.
Bushing, yeah, Mr. Sosi. And chapter president?
Oh, yeah. That is entitled just like adult. Which then the she had a house, honey, adult, you could go it off, and then I can CSC, adult general, no, I don't know, so crazy. Adult vice president, secretary, treasurer. Where, money, adult she, will speak to the financial, which is she. So that's a chair, can to change the Shinado. I dimension, adult. I tried it and how they have the shizo under the position. But I make little and yet they kill. No, I think they are not nothing at all. Other passion now is key. I forgot I didn't know. One and then that CC I have to young that. But I'll be Kahado. Now retired I know. Other couldn't do. Chapter has of that. I understand what I because I don't watch the show. I don't know the property in the next on it, but I don't work with like you go. But that has skill. And the chapter has not though, shows that when you but actually, but has no other doesn't. In the family play on a very good. Nakanda, how I can make it though. But I think around the chapter administration that they are in this time and they security on actually doing entire the other declares I know. Catching on the winter. I think they CSC a catch of banana in I don't know the yard and the middle age of the job. So that's about later that's a sheet edge of hotel in the middle of the instant that's quite opening the needle or in the door machine and car. Of course, it is also very simple now. It is better. Yeah.
Bushing?
Yeah, now I could Madam Chair, I don't think so could I see could there. Nahani Kakodo, no, can't, Bethany Kakodo. I don't know, could on a way to sanction and no could the could keep the seats in the equator, should not and delegate to the second case of the dog. But I thought up a nation is not a zero. I don't know other Atlantic, they hit the nation of the dog. Sanction either, so that, so the bench and exit, or could not be could give you killing, but revisit. So you could in a Hanadi capital. The regular housing, a Hanadi cow, but over them. 3 beds that answer the housing. According to I couldn't keep it shadows if we don't. So it is one sample. I found and it is that's usually it's in the Hanadi classification patient on the ship. In charge, they don't go. It's not done. So you have to get a sit and chair.
Bushing, Hashiash. Ado that concludes the report. So at this time, members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions? Or comment? Kudo Eyan kid not ani hihi kid Honorable Daniels to request for a revisit as it was stated in the report that the current pending finding is being internally addressed. So Asian Eoban so case so Aro Chiafa Dish off Honorable Aroso.
Yeah, no, I did, no, honor duty. Or education. Oh. Che đó, just put it on the high, che. Yes, something. I know, the Auditor General's office. I think so, it has only. Because how it they not finished. You have a policy that's written by the program. And at the same time adopted by the Navigation Council. Council approved it. And this is prior to. We as the current body of the Navigation Council in place. Ako ati kaho ada westa should kaho koto di not sources so the koto need source based off of the recommendation of the Office of the Auditor General. And and basically saying imposing sanction on the jail chapter for failing to sufficiently implementing its corrective action plan. So I did say that looks like this is the third time around, which at 90 alcohol. I know it looks like there was inconsistencies inside the chapter administration also. Maybe people leaving, I heard someone retiring. And also maybe not dying as a show. Okay, it's some that's inherited by an administration comes in, they inherit. But problems was what was done by the predecessors. Okay, it really makes the current the new chapter officials like, what the heck were you guys doing? Alcohol, it's all over. Not only you guys, the other, I guarantee you, it's not over. It's not over, just next year, people will be running chapter officials. AG or they never run into this, but first of all, I'd just like to say that with the recommendation from the Auditor General's office, they're just following the law. There's on the cut. There's onion that the Budget and Finance Committee is their oversight. And how are you, especially when it comes to funding appropriations of the comprehensive budget? And how many audits were done and things like that, and what how many chapters were sanctioned and all of that. But I'll tell you, I just sanctioned my daughter 2 days ago. Cut off everything. You didn't wash dishes. You didn't do her chores and stuff. And she had some points, and they had some money for the end of the month. So all of a sudden I became the bad father just for doing that. And I just indicated to her, I said, we have to hold your responsibilities. You're a teenager. Hard shin laid. Nah. Not be the Habana, no. Though in Madon Ja, push for money without need honesty. Your mother is a healthcare worker. The name is that you need. The chair and dies. I don't jive, but rubbish was on the need of Ashkan don't G don't make the shit. Need up on that. Because the same principle my grandfather always told me. This is Islam in Chongo, هذا شبيه هبا عندنا زام أشكال ندو جيدون شيء كدوني يا خوش يا بك أحكو يا هذا يا شيء هذا شيء كان ده أمر صوب تسويت كنت زال لأنه هذا شاني يأتي أو أجي شدا شيء كان ششون كنا شغلوا لششنجنا those are just principles that, our elders bring forth as something to think about, and that's one case. And indeed, for help to a standard to our constituency. And I see whether it's at the chapter, whether it's in social media, or whether it's at a Taj, or whether it's at the flea market. They're asking these questions. Like one, as an example, is how come you guys haven't spent the COVID dollars? Those things, our people are asking about those things. And I guarantee you, they're gonna hold elected officials responsible for this. Okay, well, even we're all held to some sort of responsibility. But according to the report that has been rendered, the presentation by the chapter, a corrective action plan no, get Jeanette out of there. Out of the amount. And it sounds like some sort of progression is going on. And it sounds like maybe before Mr. Sosis was redirected to be the acting manager there at the chapter. There was no movement at the chapter, maybe due to the fact that CSC resigned. I don't know how long that time frame was. So there was probably no movement. So it sounds like things are in progress. Basically saying so. And he indicated about 4 months. My recommendation is I really want to go swiftly to say, let's go do it. And as I indicated, I practiced it at home 2 days ago. And I'm a bad father at home. And we have to hold ourselves accountable on certain things. And speaking to the prior legislation before, and as the presentation was made, as it showed up after the presentation, it sounds like there's a lot of things that the nation needs to fix also in its own books. And whether they're non-certified chapter or certified chapter. And out of the 110 chapters, I haven't seen a proposal from the chapters saying, hey, we get audit for this. And do you get audit for this section chapter? Or then also chapter, do you get audit for this? They learn things from each other, especially that 4 or 5 year old. This is a storehouse. Through communication. And what I'm getting to is that today, I haven't seen a proposal from the 110 chapters to say, as Shanto alluded to that, we need to fix some of our financial system here at the nation. And I think that, agencies, whether it's what, you know, we really need to see what is the direct effects of it. Even now, but I think that if we go back and ask all the chapters, now, when we looked at the Auditor General's book and we put them all together, all the chapters that were audited, is the number one priority, number one, so chapter budget, now. And chapter fund. How do you think we should, we need your, input to how did this impact you? You know, how can we fix it? Because we need to know from the field, data. According to our bands, amendment, that way, whether it's it's an amendment to Title 12, whether it's an amendment to the Navajo Nation, that's the Navajo Nation process. That will shed light to us. And we could get our attorneys and Department of Justice working on it with the Navajo agencies that are trying to fix this. Onsen, do haji kata, that all bonds is case over. Later that Yoda he could has he could maybe they have that session, you know, maybe that can be done. The other is that I haven't seen the chapter utilize its authority under Title 26. If the Navajo Nation government cannot move, you from the chapter can say, let's go and get this. And I think it's 56 chapters to get their approval. And that will get Wonder Rock to start moving on these amendments. Alcohol, bad, not any not there's individuals out there that are talking about regionalization. I guarantee you it's gonna fly if someone introduces regionalization. Former President Albert Hill. Title 26E na penina ni late the neke in adena ana sitoli osa ado adena ade ya eto ade hit kato ni kote ade ne ade kin claro ha issue Title 26 I don't want to do it away. I don't want to change it because that's the people's voice. You're the people's voice. If that is ample time for the chapter to say that we will comply with this 100%. I would recommend that we go ahead and table this legislation. And in a time frame of 4 months from the exact date of today. So that gives you time to finish that one corrective action plan. You can come back prior to 4 months to tell it, so Ishla. They're following policy. It's law. If they don't do certain things, they get in trouble. I don't that the next oversight committee. It is, that's a whole different committee. Hala is another vessel. Is Yashin chapter trust fund the vessel as it alcohol, that will be my recommendation, Shimon, that. So you here, would you, pick up, Honorable Daniel's, request for 4 months. And, therefore, in the kitchen, I don't cut. So on the age, so it better be done. It better be done. Because if it's not done there, I will vote in favor on this. Oh, Ben, and again, it was 2 days ago, I sanctioned my daughter. And today, she had a dental appointment in the evening now. Basically, she I need some things. I don't know. Somewhere you have to put your feet down. And I just sent a text that no. You will thank me later, nonsense. None, I can mediate on me say. If I just give in. I'm gonna, you can say, oh, he's soft-hearted. He's soft-hearted and things like that. Not looked over the show, you have on the deep dive. Try to teach her a lesson because in night out, it will need to hakas here. Even within, but in my thought of it, if you are almost done, and you need a little more time. I do recommend that we do table this. But I wanna give time to committee members to voice this. If I just go ahead and move this, move to table it. So you represent certain chapters that may be in this position. Or in the regarding legislation 268. So if they open. Madam Chair, I want to turn the floor back over to you and thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Yeah.
Yes. Honorable also, before I give it to Honorable Chair Nez, table the name, I just want Mr. Tahi to expound on this.
Madam Chair, members of RDC per Title 2 16411, since RDC doesn't have final authority on this legislation and this legislation is tabled, the legislation will continue to move forward. However, we can add recommendation into the committee report requesting budget and finance to table this legislation for the 4 months at the recommendation by the chapter and the sponsors, so that way they can complete their audit finding in the audit report. So that way, when they finally take up the legislation 0269-23, they'll be in compliance. That'd be my recommendation, Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Chair. Let me give the floor to our legal counsel, Ms. Khan, first, and I'll go ahead and give it to Honorable Chair Nez.
Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, just as Mr. Rami Tahi has said, Title II, Section 164A11 is on point for this particular legislation. The legislation comes to the Resources and Development Committee first and goes on to the final authority on this issue is the Budget and Finance Committee. And in the past, in these situations, the Resources and Development Committee has given recommendations. But I have advised that the legislation cannot be tabled here because of that provision in Title II, 164A11, that a committee that does not have final authority, any tabling motion can be tabled, but it goes on.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ms. Khan, for the legal advisement on this. Right now, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Chair Nez and then give it to Auditor General's Office, Ms. Upround. So, Shania.
Thank you. Madam Chair, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee. Aro are sabi just going there. We hit an end and I'm standing in a house. So we do base on. Yeah, that's initiation. So honorable Daniels. This legislation here before us for OJTO chapter to recommend imposing sanctions. Now, Shannon, I'm not saying on page 2, section 2 findings for CAR. In 2019, in January of 2019, we took the oath of office for the 24th Nation Council. Right after that, about a year later, the costing sagan hit hands in that I did the costly but on a car. I'm so should be yours, car. I did the cost of but on the chapters, some of them closed their doors and everybody was wearing masks. Some chapters were not really operable. That's it. They were taking cautionary measures. Of course, some of them cannot even write checks to Sam's Club to buy water, to buy cleaning supplies. In my area, they couldn't. Sam's Club says you got to have a card, like a P card. So chapters didn't have time to amend their FMSs and say, okay, let's introduce credit cards for chapters. And those are today's findings. Of course, chapters I see that we not right around that time. And during the 24th Council, yes, we still met teleconference. Recommendations were made when chapters, I remember OJTO coming before us, and I believe that was over at the visitor centers there, Monument Valley, the Dashin. Okay, it was here then, so I remember this. And having this many findings, and now you've corrected most of it. Let's focus on OJTO's corrections. Today, Lala. I don't think I'm needed the honest and I'm Zeniki public and it says, oh, what's that? I know best a quaggy. Could it audit Elia in leg for that? Could a election or did today we're gonna punish them and take 10% away from them. But let Elonson bit they were there as the oversight. Do we there's either potato they special the don't need to give a kid in that probably in 2021 and I buy is correct for a 10% of cockle. Although we cannot table this legislation, I do have a question for our legal counsel, Madam Chair and committee members. The legislation's heading, right, as it's written, the intent is that there was a second follow-up review. Not kidding, his name, there's not kidding, his name. Now, if you were to apply Navajo, the net fundamental law, they didn't Of course, two, yes, I agree, and you guys did a good job correcting as much as you did, being faced with a pandemic. You guys did well. Now, this review is for the OJTO corrective action plan. Niki, na review, Nadia, the Quilash Ede, La Di Quagi Padon need. Now, the recommendation is to impose sanctions upon the OJTO chapter for failing to sufficiently implement its corrective action plan. Actually, you know, you failed. I have failed many times. I'm not perfect. I'm not an angel. We come short. We make mistakes. That you Ntitzla washape. Dobo lehda ne tlida. Donda ye tlim sa sivo. Nda zita sa. But here, this situation is kind of hard for me to swallow. They could have what is it that we can do other than make a recommendation to the Budget and Finance Committee, who will have the final authority? Maybe our recommendation is say that during this time we were faced with a dangerous virus, COVID-19. Benina Coco, though I guess therefore, perhaps request an extension. If we request an extension, Ms. Khan, at least 6 months for OJTO to complete their implementation of the corrective action plan, would that change the whole intent of the legislation, or can the legislation, since the Auditor General is here with us and the staff here, and I believe they do their job, yes, I agree. Maybe we can have some sort of agreement and say, I'll recommend those. Maybe we've done this before previously, not this, but we as a committee made an amendment to legislation, and it was sent to Budget and Finance, and Budget and Finance we withdrew our amendment as RDC. But maybe if we give it a try and say, okay, bandit or us, show you then as time don't need to give by is a bit of a tank. They weren't in office. Why should we take 10% from their stipends? Is there any way, Ms. Khan, that we as a committee can amend this legislation to say, let's have an extension for them to complete this plan that they have to correct the audit findings? Is there an opening that we can do something to help give them an opportunity and make these corrections? Ms. Khan, back to you, Madam Chair. Just looking at all this, what avenue should we take? And so in this case, Adida, back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Chair Nez for that recommendation. Before I take it to legal counsel to answer Honorable Chair's question, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over now to our Auditor General, Ms. Brown. So if you can please come up and
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Helen Brown. I'm the Acting Auditor General, currently the Acting Auditor General. I'm here with my colleagues Karen Briscoe and Kimberly Jake. I'm originally from Crystal, New Mexico. So I wanted to make some comments about this legislation and ask the committee to consider those comments before you make a final decision on this legislation. There's a couple of things that I want to bring before the committee. We've been working with Ojtwa chapter since 2019, trying to address these two findings. And I will tell you that for this chapter, it's probably rare that we only have a chapter that had two findings. And so we really thought that, okay, they got two findings and they'll do corrective action and we'll get this addressed right away. We did not anticipate to be here years later down the road and most definitely recommending sanctions against the chapter. But here we are today. There's various variables that are involved that got us to this situation. But I've been in contact with Mr. Calvin Sosi from ASC. That's where my first concern is he told me he's the acting CSC, but he's also the ASC SPPS. So my question, and I believe I asked this question previously because he was also, I believe, an acting CSC for another chapter for the region that he's overseeing. My question was, how is that possible? He's a ASC SPPS, and then is he an employee of the chapter? So I posed that question to ASC years ago, I think when Ms. Sawatsa Jim was the director at that time, and I never got clarification and we just let it be. So he told me that the chapter no longer has staff, but he's now the acting CSC. I don't mind that. I understand the objective of ASC because they want to come in and help the chapter. ASC is created to provide technical assistance and training. That's what they're there for. But he's assuming the role of the administrative staff who are responsible for the chapter policies that we indicated in our report that the chapter did not comply with. That's why there's audit findings. When we do audits, we identify what we call criteria. That's policies, procedures, laws, regulation, guidelines, contract provisions. Those are a must the chapters have to do. And then we look at what they're actually doing. And that's what we call the condition in our report. When those two don't match, then we have a finding. So the criteria is the responsibility of the administration to enforce and to follow. So my concern here is Mr. Sosi is now saying he's the administration. And the council and the committee is now asking and considering an extension for us to come back to do another revisit to Old Jato in 4 or 6 months. But I will not be able to send my staff out there because there's no administration. I cannot recognize Mr. Sosi as the acting CSC because the responsibility falls on the administration. Once he leaves his acting capacity, then it's expected for the chapter administration that's coming in to follow these policies and procedures going forward. And what assurance that we have that that's going to happen once he leaves his acting capacity. So that's my concern. And I also want to share with the committee that we have an internal policy that we don't do audits unless there's full staff. There's a CSC, an AMS, or there's a chapter manager and an administrative assistant. The reason for that is because my auditors work one-on-one with the administration. They are responsible for their direct administration, carrying out the FMS policies and procedures. And so it makes it hard when we have only one person out there that the auditors have to ask questions. They have to ask them about, how do you do this? Walk me through your process here. Answer these questions, show us these records. And it's really hard to do that when we don't have full administration. So that's the reason why there's several chapters that we have not audited, because there's so many vacancies at these chapters. We cannot go do audits. So even though the committee considers a recommendation for my office to go back in 4 months and 6 months, and if there's no permanent staff at Ojto chapter, I will have to decline that. And we're gonna end up prolonging this review again. And this is already a second revisit that we did to this chapter. And that's why we put in our report that the chapter had ample opportunity. It was 18 months since we did, since 2021, when we did the initial legislation, and it got tabled by BNF of the 24th Council. We issued our report back in March, and here we are in January. That's an additional 9 more months again, on top of the 18. So in that regard, I feel like the chapter has had ample opportunity to address the 2 findings there. And so that's my concern here, and I want the committee to consider that, is that even though I understand where Mr. Sosi is coming from, I appreciate what he's doing for Ojto chapter. I think it will get the chapter back on track, but I can't say the chapter implemented the policies because it wasn't the chapter administration. It's ASC staff here. See, that's where my concern is. And I've expressed that concern previously, but it was not addressed. So, but here we are again. And I appreciate it that it would be nice if he had staff there that he's training and he's teaching. I also want to bring to the committee's attention that the last finding that we're talking about is property. And my understanding is that a lot of these chapters, the 110 chapters, are seeking equipment, heavy equipment, using their ARPA funding, especially the certified chapters. And see, that's where these controls are important, because we're going to have to account for those federally funded purchase equipment. So so I can't say that this is, minimal issues. That's the reason why we said the risk here is still high, because as my audit staff, we're thinking of that. We're thinking of those things ahead and say, okay, they're buying stuff with ARPA funds. Maybe they're building things. These are projects that they have in mind. So how are they going to be able to account for that going down? So it's really good that Ojto has committed to address these, and it's going to set that foundation going forward. And I really hope they stay committed to that. And then the last thing I want to share with the committee is that our office, we understand that the support for sanctions has been dwindling, especially with the current council. And so we've been asked to consider other alternatives rather than sanctioning chapters. And so that's what my staff and we talk about that on a regular basis. And we did that for last fiscal year. There was a couple of chapters that we did the initial CAP follow-up, and we wanted to sanction them. But under my discretion as the acting auditor general, we gave those chapters 6 additional months. And we said, this is 6 months. If you don't want to be sanctioned, you make this a priority, you make it a commitment, and you get it done. And that's what they did. And so when we went back for another revisit, things were taken care of. So for those, I think 1 or 2 chapters, we didn't have to sanction. So that's some of the things that I'm doing. And then I also talked to legislative council, and I said, in our plan of operation, we've always sanctioned under section 9B, which is withholding 10% of the funding that goes to the chapter. And then 9C is holding 20% of the elected officials' stipend. And she said, I asked her, do I have an option to sanction one or the other, use one of the provisions? And she said, yes. So again, under my discretion, I'm only sanctioning 9B for OJ and that's withholding 10%. We're not recommending sanction on the official stipend. That's what the report's saying here. I didn't put 9C in here, I just put 9B. And I talked to Mr. Sosi about this. We are now in January, and I believe most of the allocations, the general fund allocations, have already gone out to the chapter.
Yeah.
So this sanction provision is not gonna apply to 2024. It's likely gonna apply to, like, say, for example, council decides to do some supplemental appropriation, if it's general fund, that's what will apply there if BNF should approve this sanction. But right now, I think OJ got all their money, and so I told Mr. Sosi, that works in your favor, that works in favor of OJ chapter, because they've already got their money. We're not asking for them to return the money, it's a timing issue. And so if we are gonna impose a sanction, it's gonna probably be any supplemental or going into 2025 allocations, if they don't address the sanctions before that. So that's what my discussion has been with Mr. Sosi. Our office continues to remain in contact with ASC as much as possible. And so those are things that I want the committee to take into consideration for us as we come before you here today to ask for your support on this recommendation. And we are working on our plan of operation. It's an initiative that we're going to be starting again to see if we can revisit the sanction provisions in our plan of operation. There's options there where we may have to move them out and then give it a sanction authority to somebody else, or we might consider other alternatives. Those are things that we're considering, and it is a discussion that we want to have with this committee at some point in time down the road. But those are things that we are considering, because nobody wants to sanction chapters, programs, especially salaries and stipends, and we understand that. So under my authority, those are some of the things that we're trying to work with here. But again, this one here is just for their general fund appropriation. It's not going to impact the official stipend. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with you and to ask for you guys to take that into consideration for our office. Thank you.
Kagoshi, thank you, Ms. Brown, for elaborating more on this legislation and getting Auditor General's view in regards to a structured layout of implementation. So with that, Ms. Khan, we had Honorable Chair Nez pose a question in regards to number one is the pandemic that has come across this nation, impacting the operation at the local level with chapters, and also in terms of vacancies, and RDC not having the final authority. And the recommendation was to possibly consider a language provision to grant them extension. And as legal counsel, if you can just make a response to Honorable Chair Nez's question. And I'd like to hear from my two other colleagues on Resources and Development Committee, their recommendation as well. So Ms. Khan.
Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, the Resources and Development Committee hears these types of legislation because the Resources and Development Committee has oversight over chapter issues, and that is within the authorities of the Resources and Development Committee. Then, according to Title 12, the Budget and Finance Committee is the final authority with regard to these types of audits and sanctions. And so that's the reason RDC is seeing the legislation today. When a committee who is not a final authority considers the legislation, that committee may make an amendment. And the committee with a final authority can decide whether or not to amend that amendment. But any amendment becomes part of the legislation. And in the past, as Honorable Rick Nez has said, the Resources and Development Committee has made its own amendment to this type of legislation. And if I recall correctly, it has asked for extension of time or something along those lines. Has happened before. The idea that it could be changing the intent of the legislation. The intent of the legislation is regards the sanctions for the chapter. In this case, if RDC was to state that to allow for 6 more months, let's say, to complete the corrective action plan, that is a recommendation by RDC that could go into the legislation. And it does not, unless RDC wants to, is not changing the penalty. The penalty is in there by law. That is the language, but from what I'm hearing, the recommendation is to extend for 6 months the completion of the corrective action plan, as opposed to changing the sanction. If the Resources and Development Committee desires to extend for 6 months or less or more the completion of the corrective action plan, I do see it as something that could be amended and put in. And I was discussing with my colleague April Quinn where in fact that would go. I'm thinking that it would go partly in the findings with regard to the pandemic, the language that Honorable Rick Nez has stated with regard to working during the pandemic on the corrective action plan, and then also to place a new section in the legislation requesting additional 6 months. So in the findings and then a new section. And then again, RDC is not final. And in the previous times, as Rick Nez, Honorable Rick Nez has said, Budget and Finance Committee took that out, which they have the authority to do. They are the final. But whatever, with regard to making a recommendation to extend for 6 months, I do see that as within the authority of Resources and Development Committee with regard to this legislation. And if you would like that, I could fashion the language for that type of amendment. I do not believe it changes the intent of the legislation. The intent of the legislation is to eventually get to sanctions. And if Resources and Development Committee wants, it's asking for an additional amount of time before sanctions are imposed. And again, Budget and Finance Committee can just take that out if they, in their wisdom, decide that that is what the final will be. Their final authority. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Khan. So that gives us more clarity. So with that, I'd like to hear from my other colleagues on RDC, starting with Shadeja Honorable Claw.
Rushing ahead, to our presenters, Honor Shana, Honorable Daniel Zakat. I just want to commend you for doing an honorable job of trying to protect your chapters. However, I'm going to make a request to Shana, Honorable Rick Nez, to withdraw the request for the amendment. And the reason is that we as RDC, we have heard chapters that have come before us with corrective action plans. And this is the first time that I'm hearing for additional time or even for additional consideration. So for RDC, I believe we're here to maintain consistency, especially when it comes to our Navajo Nation law. So with that being said, we did hear from Mrs. Brown here from Auditor General, she did bring up some valid points, which are requirements of the law. The first one being that the chapter is not fully staffed, and that's part of the requirement to meet the corrective action planning. However, right now, we have an individual from ASC that is filling that capacity. And so there is no, there's really no stability as to say when these positions will be filled. And even if they are given an extension, those positions may not be filled. And so we are only doing the chapter and the voters a disservice if we are not abiding by making our elected officials and also our ASC accountable to the people and to the delivery of services. So that's where I stand with this. And just to make a comment about what Ms. Brown also mentioned, is that this council, that was a statement, this council is seen as not wanting to impose sanctions on chapters. And I would like to correct that statement, that this council, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, I believe is not under that premonition of lessening sanctions for chapters. And I just want to put that on the public record, that we are trying to be accountable for funding. And this goes back to the previous legislation. I did ask that question to our Auditor General of how this will also affect our ARPA. And Ms. Brown did clearly state this will also have a domino effect eventually with the reporting and also the financial accountability. So for myself, I recommend that we move forward with the sanctioning of the chapter and that we maintain this legislation. And again, it will go before the Budget and Finance Committee, and they too will have to follow the same laws and the same process. And there are requirements that are outlined, all chapters should be aware of according to the BIM, and then also the FMIS, and then also just the recommendations that were given. And so I do believe that there was sufficient time given to the chapter to do the corrections. And I do believe that once they do, or if they do, I'll correct that, if they do go under sanction, the chapter still has an opportunity to change that before the next budget cycle. So therefore, that would be my recommendation, and I'll turn it back over to you, Shedid.
Honorable Claw, for your input on this particular legislation. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have a question for Ms. Helen Brown, Auditor General Office. Was your office open during the pandemic? Were you guys able to work from home?
The nation closed in March, and we're part of the legislative branch, and I believe we came back in mid-May to work remotely. So all of my auditors, they work from home remotely, and we contacted the chapters, and we did a lot of stuff electronically, like PDF, and then we even got creative to where, like when we had to do property, we had to do like the video conferencing, or we had the chapters take pictures, just things like that that we could do to get audits done. But we came back, I believe, I came back into the office in May, and then my auditors were working remotely for a couple more months, and then we came back into the office.
Okay, thank you. Legislative Council, was your office open during the pandemic? You guys were working remotely too?
Vice Chair Johnson, yes, our office worked remotely, and then at some point, we were allowed to come in, yes. So remotely for a while, and I don't have a recollection how many months or weeks that was, but definitely we did work in them.
Okay, thank you. So the reason why I'm asking, Delegate, Reckness stated on record that, you know, they were having teleconference, RDC meetings during that time. During the pandemic, the Auditor General's office was working from home, Legislative Council as well as DOJ was also working through the pandemic as well. So I do concur what Honorable Claw has stated, that we need to just move forward with this sanction. The chapter and the representative, you know, there was sufficient time to get this done. So I'm just gonna go ahead and leave it at that, to abide by our laws. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Chair Johnson for your response as well. And also, as RDC Chair, I'm a real stickler about accountability. Kodo niligi ani not ani jano higa habe But when I was a chapter coordinator, I stood by policy. And when it was expressed by Mr. Calvin Sosi, acting CSC, I thought, oh, he left ASC, but I guess you're still with ASC as well. And that also poses an issue, because again, you know, you're assisting the chapter, but just as said, when that position is vacated, then you always go back and think about issues happening internally. Are they just being covered and whatnot? And that's the biggest concern for me right now, yes. And it sounds like there was substantial amount of effort and collaboration, communication and work put into this by the Office of the Auditor General and also by leadership there from the chapter. Making exception. I really want to stand by what it states under Title 26, under Title 2. What is the chapter's responsibility? I believe that we should just continue and go forward with, as recommended by two of my colleagues with this legislation, because again, we really don't have final authority. Budget and Finance Committee, so the basala. And again, they may overrule us or they may not overrule us. Ada put ashi hijobe now. Ada not ani dan linigi, khait ana and khai yike yahada dotze to binachet dan linigi kitchen that lokins. But we have to continue with the momentum of what was recommended by Office of the Auditor General. And again, just like Honorable Claw said, there's several of us here that worked at the chapter level before as officials and as an employee. If the chapter is really, you know, wanting to pursue this and go forward, just as mentioned, you can attain this with a permit coordinator to get off sanction even by the end of this fiscal year, if not early part of next fiscal year. And then even when the sanction is done at the end of it, the chapter is still obligated to get their funds back. And the good thing here is that the elected officials, you're not going to be sanctioned. It's just going to be the overall operating budget of So again, so I think that this is attainable because I've been through it. So you just inherit this, you roll up your sleeve with the chapter officials and say, let's get this fixed, and it is attainable in 6 months because I've done that. So I just want to share that with you. So so that is just my input as chair of RDC. So at this time, Shania, Honorable Chair Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable members of the Resource Involvement Committee. Hello, Ms. Helen Brown. I want to say thank you to you and your staff. I know you're always busy, you always have your staff here when we have two legislations today related to chapters. One for corrective action plan, one to impose sanctions. And I do not undermine your office or the work that your staff does. I want to say thank you for doing a good job. That's your job over there. I have a job to do as well. And the chapters have a job to do as well, just like our legal counsel. I don't cross the Naiden Kitty amendment, the non benefits in leadership data. In leadership data, but non this amendment give I end take the Arnold Sobrahi asked Nana. Did Kodo Beshbans and the Behas Ani there. Put ego chapters based on not lucky chon igi be han so we should have a car audit. The what choice either 16 findings, 15 findings, 20 findings. Aro corrective action plan up in the house Nathan that I don't hit that on it. This is like sanctioning, is really taking disciplinary action, is what it is on a chapter. It's specific and the legato and the chain that instead has got a rush there, so please happening. Now, did Bahan of sanction and I'm clinicy, based on any clinicia. I always say, whether it's on the council floor or back at my chapters, we are not above the law. Just because we're delegates, we're not above the law. Now, under Title II powers, the Navajo Nation Council shall have all powers to discipline and or regulate the conduct of its members until provided otherwise. Have we done this at some point? I haven't seen it done on the 24th council. I don't know if I'll see it happen on the 25th council, but as a delegate, the Nebenland actually go. You have this moral courage. I say moral courage. Did what that don't again hot She Beshmasa and do qui a go behas ani adila. We can discipline as well if members continue to be late. Benasni. If we're waiting and people are on this phone call 30 minutes, 1 hour later, we need to be disciplined. We need to discipline each other. We need to sanction each other. The law does apply to us, Nanda. It does apply to us. The people vote you in on it because of how well we do a job. The neck either joba neck on that the net yat Belaganic Echabana now, Dobasiana Aqua transparency, accountability, the NATO. Where that be this image that you don't still cast a lot. Once a or Stetsons and the Dihast Eddie Street, I'm going to correct this because I represent 6 chapters. So if you go over to another page, it talks about motion to censure a delegate. A censure is to reprimand a delegate. On the 24th council, one of the vice chairs was removed from their position. Now that is taking disciplinary action by a committee. It can happen. It can happen based on your moral courage as to how we should discipline each other. with an official reprimand. What is Josh? I'm not standing. Di Kro on is when he on the sheet in a gate on near that about that sheet, get away Han Sea Kessler. I let us at all Nesa, I don't know Mr. Sosin on, but ASC Jin Nana, the store chapter Jin Nana, the Halate Elanson. Kushigi Hatania, Jin Nan, the Shaj Boila. I can't be a delegate and I can't be a state representative. I can't be a chapter official either. I have to focus on this. What? Didi best on the game. David, yes, he or Benny Kidney. I had at last era. Hat era then, which those cake or hot a Lanson. Which those cake there, don't be nice, they're not change that. Deep in a additionally got our hostie. Nice that me. Show, alla nen. Ila ahis nergi kae bahans and look at it, Jins and Sella. So, did you hear that? I'm not gonna, I just asked about an amendment. Late Alanson. Kodo. But I didn't request that. But for me, I know I'm gonna vote a certain way because I think this chapter is almost at death tosh and eight lego at Taylor's and given in that. It even in this case, I guess, thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Honorable Chair Nez, for that comment. I don't talk for those types of comments. And again, we just thank, Kodonki sponsor. Kodo chapter linigi or jeto kodon zinigi not so dato ni so zihe aya ban si kesto ania sani zingo to at ende an si case na hashit an zinigi nahat ad ye do na behas ani that agi ebe kawilish oko anti de aya an sago bin kiya da siltie coach not ani kodon no sinigi ani he em khas na hay aya kodon zinigi bin ya o agi vote o segi she kapahadon shish Honorable Daniel Sias.
Yeah, and I'm Madam Chair, I don't know, I'm trying to get resources and development committee staff, so but adequate, I leave a team, but my gauge, people with what it, but okay, I said, but need it and us, need it and us, this is my fourth term on council. My first council, 23rd, 24th, now 25th council. Nicole, I gave I don't know, this is my first day back in Winter Rock. What the heck, so I've been with a bash yeah, should now, yeah, should not have G, so you even not, what interesting, what did it. So, what all the way about I see, but all the sneeze, but on the way, so that Sunday. Nei dagi nei mishigi, so that's tailgate here, business and nei clinic. So that's young sea kiss. I don't say what is it. I joke that they had no shadow. I don't know if I do. Say put on the way now, Canada. Yeah, yes, get a yes, so you're in the sneakers, put on the way. So in the business and you know, could have been business has what Z put on the way down. Chapter president, Salim, because 3 terms as a grazing official, out of 2 terms as chapter president. About that, it's just me, but I did not only send leisure, yeah, it's just me. Could open and Mr. Lefigi. Yeah, go now, come, even and Mr. Lefigo. You're the national, but so even that, but the baby has saved without that one company. We don't have any traditional has saved without. I don't know what very generous see what a sweet or sign in the nation there. أنا عشان شو كان شيء شنيشه قلنا كده نص كان تجمعنا شو كنا قصار إيش كنا قصاري كان تلو يمكن غير كلامي إني زاد كنا قصاري شان بيبي أنا بيجي تي هدي له سوي هذا بيبي جاه سيد ولا شو أرونا كده شو سازني كده إيش هم سنقول بيه on the council floor وإيه أنا اللي ده حاسي عشان أي أحجوله وی آجود نم خانوان نکرده بیشت که جودا بیشه هم سنخو آرنا نکدو و دکوشین بابا آزی نویدم CSC دون acting CSC آرنا نوی SPPS نجوم آجه نویدم بود اینا نشان نویدم بابا نایده که بکدو لیدن اینسان کدو سو نویدم بیو پناهیدش آدی انسان اشین از بیه نیشان کدو نکدو نوی شنالدم Mr. Sosi, but on the acting coordinator and also the SPPS ASC Ajahn Chico, actually being in Ishmael National. Thank you.
Debussy. Mr. Sosi.
Just listening to the conversation, it really is thought provoking. And as far as being the acting CSC, we only practice the spirit of the ASC plan of operation that was approved by the prior RDC. In there, it states that anytime there's a vacancy at a non-certified chapter, whether it's the CSC position or the AMS position, then if there's a vacancy for the CSC position, then automatically the SPPS steps in as the acting CSC. If there's an AMS vacancy, then the ASO from the agency office steps in. That's across the board throughout the Navajo Nation. So AD and then AD that was initiated during the time that my supervisor, Salasa Jim Martin, was the program manager for ASC. So went through the proper approval process through the subcommittees of the Navajo Nation Council, and that's how it was created. In regards to the second revisit, that occurred without, it was just done by phone. And was never an actual site visit. Navajo Nation OAG just said, well, give me documentation, send us pictures, and during the time that the pandemic happened, the Navajo Nation president declared a stand down for all Navajo Nation employees to be off work for 2 consecutive years. And non-certified chapters, their employees are employees of the Navajo Nation. So ADK, some of them decided not to stay open. So that's 2 years that we I guess the gap is there. So nothing really happened. So during that time, and then this pandemic, COVID-19 really originated from Chichamito, which is just down the road from Ocheto. And we initiated what's called a red berry operation. Our continued office operation there, we kind of put it aside, and we had to deal with the daily issues at all the chapters, and we tried to stay open. So none of my certified chapters stepped down, so they stayed open. So echo. And then as far as the FMS is concerned, and this is just for your information, there's fiscal, record keeping, and procurement. A non-certified from DOJ chapter unit, you can only practice those 3. But as far as personnel, your Navajo Nation employees, Navajo Nation takes care of that. Property, you're still there's property of the Navajo Nation, so let them tag it. So that's not a non-certified chapter responsibility, but we still get audited on personnel and property in such cases. So I think there needs to be clarification on that. So AD only wasn't on it, so the issue at Ojeto relates to property. So I continue to stand by that and I'm committed to getting it done. And so I just wanted to provide those clarifications to the committee. Thank you.
The question, yeah, Mr. Sosi. Mr. Begay.
Ja, 나한테 아니 usually 완전 나그네 비크인데야 만 valley 우제토 area 아도는 갔다 아이도 아도 이번에 어디 그래도 그다에 안에 반에 단도 이 아도 이 사다 바사 비즈니스는 아도데 슈브라더 내니 다나 비엑기도 아다 근데 반약 쇼데 시테팅 쇼팅 아도 내고 그나키 쇼 내고 그나키 저자 어디야 나베야 أنا بشكل عام هي بس نشة هذا إن هاي كده سي كلام سوسي هذا إن هذا إيش يوصل أكو أتا أي إيه أيضا في certified وأجي يشة أكو إيه كو certification باندي إذا باندي كيو جوي أنا هاجيش إيه هذا إيه إذا table نتو ناسن دتا أكو 혼자 비가 혼자 비고 저 그냥 그렇게 가니까 내 오늘 거기나 안 푸시나네 아다스나 호텔 오늘 왜 아스도 겨우요 그이나 야호 아그 다스도 또 다스 리더 다스는 하면 근데 나는 또 이제 나가고 또 혼자 비고 또 혼자 비가 하신 소아데 استناد نشوش تجنها أقول تو شنو لكادش جو شون إيه أنا يا أنا مش كده ليش نحن جهد أنا مش أقول يا أصل هذا إيه هذا إيه هذا شيء من زت بيك هذا تو شيء أصلا هذا تو إيه اللي vice president secretary treasury هذا كميك هذا بعيد كيلو بناهي هذا بعيد كي تو أصلا إيه تو إيه بني دارو هذا بانيك أخو دي property هنني تو نقول تعاود عند حسن أنا آسيا تعاود أخو شيء دي يا إيه أوتي وتاعي لو أرو على small property لو ده أنا إيه إيه سبب أخو هتا إيه بين خاين أخو هتا إيه بيكان ده أخو إيه ده هتا أخو أنا نندي لينا ده ريك ده I like the way you express and talk about certain issues أخو yeah Rick وهذا أنا صوت أنا أصلا نفسه نكاد تشاشين جوده تدويا لأن خبر نبيدا كده نخبر نحما هذا نخبر هنا زاد أصلا شيء من يعني نكره هذا هذا هون تو هذا تو بس بشيء ده بيجي إن كده هذا فانية كيو من شيء ده يعني أنا ده كيو يعني نبيدا وجسنا هذا يعني بيزادو 반여를 CPO. so that give us a chance, maybe the initial data. So what the card I don't know, you can see the non-lena position as being officials. Once I be card, each of that being the whole use though. Although certified is the connection that also. 내가 잘 아비가 CNC 대시대 그런게 하도 저 하다 왔어 그래서 이제 하다 해도 선한
Negotiate that. Let me go ahead and yield the floor over to my colleague, Honorable Otto So. Otto, that will give it to Vice President. Otto, that we'll go ahead and go for a vote because we need to unzago by and I think there's been a significant amount of discussion on this. So Kodoshiyash, Honorable So.
Yes. I think the question came to the position of Mr. Sophie is irrelevant because it's law. Department of Justice, the executive branch also did their due diligence to build a legislation. And that legislation was brought forth to Resources and Development Committee under the 24th Council. So I think that pertaining to question pertaining to Honorable Associate, it's not innovation. Your capacity that you're acting in is lawful right now. That's only. When the legislation is enacted, at the bottom, there's a savings cost. So, of course, able, but only, but not as late when it's a no. Patient go, but he go, but what in the banks only the so. Wait, need so. That activates the Department of or correction, the judicial branch to weigh in on that particular policy. So that was not alcohol until law is changed. At times, yes, you may, I do see the and hear a conflict. But at the time, our legal personnel who are employed by the nation had made that determination to be or to allow that to happen. And at that time, the Department of Justice has a whole fleet of lawyers. And you had a lot of minds to it to create and craft that legislation from the department level. And then after that, it gets to goes through the 164 process, and the Attorney General office signs off on it, deems that legislation legally sufficient. And then, but it sufficient, you know. Has only that has only not been Washington. It meets those requirements and it meets tribal codes. So and that allows the legislative branches, Office of Legislative Services to or legislative council to draft the legislation, continue to draft and complete the legislation. It's determined which committees kind of fit that and I don't question that. His name Bears on over cafe no. Number line, the Asian sheet, the budget and finance committee change over yet or nation. Moving forward, I'm gonna vote against the request, the sanction legislation. That's my position because you indicate you're almost done, so. You provide the right services to the Navajo people. And I don't want to disrupt that, whether it's going to disrupt it in any future appropriations and UEFBs or maybe any other allocations, such as the other thing too is your ARPA project. Is that going to impact? But and only equity it may. Because at the time there's two attorney generals that one attorney general was, Lorena Paul. Her thought and how the ARPA monies are, crafted through the federal law. You have another attorney general, the current attorney general, no, I don't think so, I don't know, Yan. It's not that, I don't know. And then it's gonna definitely impact you on the comprehensive budget year for 2025. Ako, cut. 3 months, we start those discussions. 2025, when the controller gets the, determines the, they determine the monies that come into the nation through forms of taxes, the lease payments, everything. Yeah, I can date the projected budget for next fiscal year. When that projection comes in, the 3 branch chiefs, I thought they should see. Not Egypt, not. Capital. That's gonna impact you in 3 months. Because those discussions, last year, it started late. I think we're about a month and a half late for fiscal year 2024. 2025, most likely, the controller is gonna say, let's get on budget. O and B is gonna say, let's get on the timeline. Usually it happens in April. The budget agreement happens, the 3 branch chiefs agreement happens. And the budget projection happens. So it gives you enough time to bring that to you. Oh, up and on this case. For fiscal year 25, it won't impact you and it won't impact services to the other people out there that you represent. And mother government, there's nobody from Winter Rock that goes to Ojeto to check on the elder to make sure that they have wood. You don't see Department of Justice out there trying to get wood to an elder. They're not calling to the Department of Justice. They're calling you. Then. I don't know. I want big carriage. Ingo. The never which is here. Ketani gadget, Indo, Dohanajino, and then. Led at egg of Bahazita. On simple. The never accompanied zinc, she is. Going to be there. The last she bears only had in the shade, and such kids, and then get even in these. I don't better not to bears only could out of car then. Could look at a back as your bear, baby, half a hard going to bear that was it. And that's the reason why I asked earlier is that I have not seen the chapters come forth to the Navajo Nation Council to say, let's change these portions of the law because it really hobbled us. We hear it, I've been changing that even show. Only here. I call get us on there. It's a deep, I call it your own later. Not saying that. Think that you're in a hole, can't think that you're corner chow and what I know. You untie that force and you don't have to follow that force. Onsen. Oh, open. The finish. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Question here. So as chair of RDC, I believe we had enough dialogue here amongst the members of RDC. We allotted significant time to the presenters here. So I'd like to go ahead and take this legislation straight to vote. So Mr. Taki, could you please take roll call vote on this legislation?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0269-23. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes red. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Madam Chair, that's 2 in favor, 3 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for that roll call vote. So with that, again, members of RDC and also the presenters, Budget and Finance Committee does have final authority. So they should be putting this on their agenda.
Thank you.
Under receiving reports, number 6. We do have item update report from the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, and the Navajo Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit on new agreed upon language for the state of Arizona grazing leases, which requires the 25th Navajo Nation Council action. We do have presenters, Mr. Ferdinand Nota, and I believe we do have Mr. Leo Watchman, Junior Department Manager for Department of Agriculture.
Yes.
And again, thank you, everyone, and have a safe trip. Okay, so good afternoon, gentlemen. We're gonna go ahead and yield the floor over to you for your report to RDC. And we're going to yield 20 minutes to you at this time. So I don't know if you want to come up here and talk into the speaker, or if you can speak loud enough, that would be acceptable too.
Good old boys.
Go
I'll
ahead.
try and see if I can speak loud enough so you can hear.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. There's a handout. There's a little bit of back history to where we're at. If I can just, I know there's 20 minutes and we'll be right on that clock. Ferdinand Nota, myself, Leo Watchman of the Department of Agriculture, we're providing a report. There's a little bit of back history to where we're at, and so I know there's a lot of information that's on here regarding land status and also revenue or obligations the Navajo Nation has. But in a nutshell, if you take the document and look at the three state leases, so I have to identify what we're talking about. So the Navajo Nation has 3 main ranches or main properties that have various land status. There's a fee simple part, which is Navajo fee, which we're taxed on that. And there's acreage associated with that. Say Big Boquillas has a good portion of fee simple. But there's a checkerboard, I guess, area to that. So all these ranches have a checkerboard, and a checkerboard is a negotiated grazing lease with the state of Arizona. So keep in mind that we pay taxes because this is state land, but we own it. But on the flip side, we have use of the checkerboarded, so every section to 2 section, we have to negotiate a grazing lease. The question that's come up over the years, and since we've owned, like, say, Big Boquillas 30+ years, there's never been a concern. So there's some new things here. One, that we never had to ask for a limited waiver for sovereign immunity. And
one may ask why we're doing that when this would be handled in state court anyway. But it's a standard by Navajo Nation as well as the state of Arizona. So both governments have their own requests regarding sovereign immunity. But it does bring the question up and dialogue referencing and using this time to get you up to speed on how we own and what we're obligated when it comes to leases moving forward. So the Navajo Nation has fee simple, also has a grazing lease. But in some cases of the ranches, we also engage in a sublease, and that's where the main concern is now. So Big Boquillas and the number of acreage, we don't use Big Boquillas in its entirety as Navajo operated. It's subleased out. But the sublease also provides it's an avenue for obligation to our leasee. So that's the other question. We're subleasing grazing fees. Our grazing land for grazing fees that's paid by our leasee. So there's some big numbers here that we can explain, but the purpose of our asking for living a waiver of sovereign immunity sort of interacts with that. So the Navajo Nation, and I must have to explain and for them to give more detail, but it does take a little bit of understanding. When we bought these properties, say in Winslow Tract, there were other landowners that had grazing leases. So we bought it, but there was a staggered use. So we do have unqualified, I can't say unqualified, we have leaseholders or owners that have use of land. When we bought the land, they're still maintaining that use of land, but we then own fee simple property checkerboarded. So we'll be bringing leases to explain that, but it's all a part of the limited waiver sovereign immunity. We would have to engage in a sublease with these owners that still use the property, and that was how it was purchased. In other words, we don't have the state lease, grazing lease, to run any kind of use in some cases. Well, for Big Boquillas, it's pretty clear. We have the state lease and the fee simple, they're in common. But there's some other areas where, and it'll come up when we start getting into the weeds, referencing the lease payments and who has leases. So Winslow Tract, there's parts of the highway. So if you look, the example would be just north of the highway 264, we have what is called Recon Ranch, which there was money and proceeds that were put aside by Navajo Hopi Land Commission. So we have fee simple that has Navajo Nation ownership, but yet it's not run by the Department of Agriculture. We do pay the grazing lease as you checkerboard it, and we do have use. But as you move over to, say, just west of Walmart, there's some owners that we bought. There's some use of land that we don't have a grazing lease, but yet we have fee simple. And we really can't lease that because it's checkerboarded. So the primary owner still has use, and I don't know, I wasn't here long enough to really explain how that purchase takes place. So we get intertwined on examples. We will have to explain further than what I'm just describing. But in essence, there are 3 leases that we're looking to have impact regarding this sovereign immunity legislation. And that would be Big Boquillas, Winslow Tract, 2 sections. The state lease of impact is around, I guess it would be around a little under 270,000 acres. But keep in mind that Big Boquillas has 700,000 acres as its total. And some of these also have, it's not including the fees, the Navajo fee. It's only the state grazing. So there's a little bit of a dialogue or narrative that goes on what the purpose is. There's also payments of acreage. So all of these are obligations to Navajo. And we pay this annually, but however, the state has been unwilling to bill us because of no lease in place. No grazing lease in place with Navajo. And furthermore, no sublease in place with our leasee. So we've been struggling along and we do have monies in the past, but as we move, there's only so long we can hold on to dollars. But in essence, the state is saying we don't have a qualified lease, nor do we have a qualified sublease, so we're not accepting payment. So that's the important thing. That couldn't result in nullifying everything. And I know our DOJ is negotiated as, that's the language they're bringing forward, moving on, but it's not like it was this past year. It's about 4 years in this limbo. And meanwhile, we've had paid some fees and they've not accepted this recently. So that's the urgency we have. However, it's basically coming down that we own the land, but it's still part of the state. And it's not trust land, so we have that obligation. And there's also county obligations and, besides these, what's listed here. So there's I know that there's a lengthy dialogue on proceeds, but in a nutshell, we have a sublease that's in jeopardy as well as our own lease with the state. And there has been examples that draw some worrisome. If anybody's aware of Paragon Ranch, that the Navajo Nation lost the grazing lease just because of non-payment. And we don't want that to happen with Big Bow or with any of the Winslow tribe when it comes to state leases. So there's not a great side to this situation, but it's been brought up. We have been negotiating with the state on the sovereign immunity language for the entire term of one of the AGs with Arizona. And also, so it's been roughly about 5 years. The urgency, even though it has been 5 years, the urgency is the state is saying, well, we'll move on. That could be I guess be doomed for us. So we're needing limited waiver to move forward with Navajo Nation. There's impact. The impact is there's loss of revenue to the state and also loss of revenue to Navajo Nation because we don't have qualified leases. So the language itself, there's invoices, there's definitions and land to this handout. But I hope I gave an overview to the overall impact. Well, the only example that I can say that this is not the only state we're gonna be coming back with a limited waiver. It also includes New Mexico. There's roughly, the Navajo Nation owns land or has use of land of about 1.9 million acres in both of the states. And they involve some kind of a sublease or definition of, appraisal that goes with the state for grazing and also county. There's probably about nine different counties through those. So that was it in a nutshell. I know DOJ is what the bulk of the report would be, what language and what flexibility I'm saying in our sovereign immunity are we asking. And what we fell under is that there's a template the nation used of the state. And this is clearly business conducted off of Navajo Nation, but it still falls under that template. And that's the reason for sovereign immunity is necessary. Limited waiver is being requested. I'm not sure if Ferdinand has, he has more detail, but it would be at length to go through and describe every little corner. But as just an overview, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
So, Mr. Note, you gonna add anything?
Yeah.
Wishing, you do have 11 minutes left.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, RDC members. Honored to be here again. If you recall at the RDC meeting in, I believe it was Manlito, we did discuss the Arizona state leases with grading. And we was determined at that point to submit the package into SAS review for emergency legislation, so to speak, and to take it to the council. The main thing about the limited waiver of sovereign immunity is that in the prior lease agreement and subleasing, the limited waiver was not included in that lease. But in the renewal That's where the state insisted on the language. And basically, that language would come into play if there's a dispute on the lease. And it should go into court. And basically, the state wanted assurances from the nation that it would not waive, total sovereign immunity, the waiving, immunity from suit. So they insisted on a limited waiver. And it took time for DOJ and the state to work out that language, but finally we got it done. So the SES package for the SES review or for the legislation is near final. Part of our delays was ironing out the legal descriptions on the leases, because on the state lease, there's so many acres of 238,000 acres of state land that we're basically leasing from the state. And then about 32,000 acres in the Winslow tract that we on the lease also with the state. And also the issue came up with DOJ where they wanted to know who the sponsors were, and we did speak with members of the RDC to solicit sponsors. So hopefully that commitment will still move forward with Mr. Johnson, the vice chair, to be a sponsor, as well as Delegate Soap. Mainly those would be the delegates that represent the western part of the reservation. Okay, so hopefully we can proceed forward with the package to take it to SAS review. One point I need to make clear to the committee also is Leo mentioned the sublease. Basically, if we get a lease on Big Bow in place with the state, in order for Choya Livestock to use that property, we would need to generate a sublease for them to sublease state lands. Okay. Now, in that situation, the state, because of the sublease, they charge a surcharge for what you sublease out. And that's the reason why in the explanation of the arrearages. At one point, we owed about $560,000 to the state in arrears past due payments. Mr. Watchman mentioned that at one point in time, the state refused to receive payments from the Navajo Nation because of these arrearages. Okay, so but we've been working with the state on that, and we said, okay, and that was one of the issues they had in as a prerequisite to approving a new sublease or a new lease agreement. They want some of the arrearages to be brought down significantly. So we worked with Choya Livestock and developed a payment arrangement where Choya Livestock paid a lot of the rental payments that they had tried to pay in the past, but the state had refused payment. And during that time that the state refused the payment, the state was charging late fees and penalties. And that's because of that's the P&I numbers that I'm referring to, penalties and interest. Okay, but Choya Livestock is contesting that number, basically because they were ready and willing to pay their annual lease payments, but the state refused payment. So as a result, interest and penalties grew and grew and grew in those amounts. So about a year or 2 years ago, we met with Choya Livestock. We came to agreement. Let's bring down these arrearages so we get the state lease in place. And so they coughed up their money on all the rental payments, and that's explained in this the handout that we presented on payment of arrearages. And then on the sublease surcharges, that's a payment that the nation has to pay. So we paid that out of our travel ranch account. And but we still owe some for 2022, but we do plan to take that into the new budget cycle of this fiscal year 24. We will start addressing that. And So anyway, but basically, we're ready to submit the packages. We pretty much got all the legal descriptions all squared away. Where the legal descriptions do not overlap each other, especially on the Winslow track. That's our biggest concern there because these state leases, the three state leases that the individual lessees have, those were formulated and approved long before the Now Nation bought the property. So basically, the state has been carrying forward those leases. So we wanted to make sure that, and then we have our own lease, two leases in the Winslow tract. We want to make sure those legal descriptions do not overlap on certain sections that we're not double paying or any of those leases. So, but we pretty much went through that exercise and it's been a very detailed exercise. But we pretty much have everything in sync now towards legal descriptions are all proper. Okay, so now we're ready to go forward with the SES package. Okay, so anyway, that's what we wanted to report to the committee today. And bring everything up to date. And this summary, one-page summary, worked on that to basically show everything on one page, what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that report. Members of RDC, may I get a motion to accept the report, Vice Chair Johnson? And may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Simpson. Thank you, gentlemen, and members of Resources and Development Committee. Do we have any questions? I think they shared the specifics going twice. State your question on Honorable Auto Social.
Pertaining to the leases, which was agreed upon on the late payments, fees. And you know, with legal strategy from Department of Justice, any recommendation that Department of Justice has made to testing on Choya, there's amounts state indicating that they don't want payments because there's no lease in place and things like that. But you know, assessing late fees and things like that. In my view, you know, it should have been some sort of trespass. I don't know, but we own the property. And but what I'm getting to is that I think that we have to move forward to fix this. The other is that, you know, how can we expand on to try to gain and make more revenue on Big Booties Ridge, all the other ranches. I know we have lease fees which are in place by the nation by animal unit. And you know, whether we need to increase those numbers. So that, you know, we have to look at our ranches as a business that the Navajo Nation owns, actually under the Department of Agriculture to oversee. We have to run it as a business. Right now, I think that the current numbers is she got shorter, too low. We need to find an adjustment amount to, because if you look at cattle price now, right now, you look at cattle price, especially right now. When the sales happen in September, you look at the calves, what they went for, about $2, and I'll give it to the lower number, $2.49 or $2.50 a pound. KSG calves. But I understand the numbers are high, really high. Because you go in the cut. Actually, I was talking to one of my ranchers that took in, and he was very happy with what the cattle prices were, and he weighed out his calves, and finally took him in. So he did really, really well. And it's not taking like 2-3 cabs in, he took in 18. So he probably got a payment of roughly, that's, if the cabs weigh about average about 400 pounds, you're saying that your cabs are gonna gain roughly about $950 to pay. 900, maybe even go over 1,000. Odd enough, the cabs go in and end up shit somewhere we have to start making the adjustment to run the ranch, our tribal ranchers as businesses. Because a lot of how are we gonna bring resources into the nation? Basil, alcohol, alcohol. We have to start looking at those fees. The other is that expanding on the unused area of Big Bacchus Ranch, how we could try to implement that and maybe open it up for now that are now citizens who don't have grazing permits, who are willing to be issued a temporary grazing permit and be allowed to graze out there and cattle and get into the cattle industry. This is something to think about, and don't know if you guys have been thinking about that issue. But I think that if a non-permit holder wanted to put 20 heads of cows on there, let's make them the weekend cowboys, and allow them to ranch there, because could the agent so or the at home, at neighbor, like by their neighbors, by their own relatives. Maybe if we open it up for the non-permit holders and allow them to have livestock out there, that'll be fine. Whether it's Winslow property or we can really look at Paragon Ranch. Have those discussions there, Turquoise Ranch again. We have the ranch behind Flagstaff there, Peaks Ranch. Of course, Venus Ranch, so. It's classification.
Yeah, Honorable Arroso. Next, Honorable Clark.
Thank you, Shada, Madam Chair, and then also to our presenters here. And I think for myself, when I'm looking at this, I am very appalled at these numbers. And I think the Navajo Nation Department of Ag has done a poor job in the business of ranching and doing leases and division of natural resources as well. Very apparent here. And I think that instead of coming up with, this is what we can do, this is what we can do, we just need to go back and see how we can prioritize to get these leases back in order. And that's what I think we need to do. We do need to meet with our Department of Justice as well as our own legislative council. And what we're being presented here today is a Band-Aid fix, just to cover where the shortfalls are. Yeah. And I think in order to maintain and sustain our leases, we really need to change and create a catalyst of a business mindset as well as a legal mindset. And I think that, it's very disappointing to know that we don't have the leasing capability within the state. And I think that this information is coming a day late and a dollar short. We were at Arizona State Capitol last week. And if we had this information, we could have sat down with some of our legislators. And so I just want to really reiterate the importance of communication from our division directors, our department directors, and all those that maintain that economic portion of our Navajo Nation. As we can see here, we're not doing a very good job. And this reflects, and we just got done talking about that with our chapters here, but this does reflect the leadership from all three branches. And so I think that the only way we're gonna have to correct this is we really do need to sit down with the attorneys and come up with an immediate action plan. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Clark for that. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Mr. Watchman and Mr. Middleton in regards to some questions that were posed. Two questions by Honorable So, and then also with the recommendation by Honorable Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess these workshops that we have, which we had 4 or 5 in the previous RDC and then this RDC. This information was brought forth regarding the sovereign immunity question and the lack of the state of Arizona wanting to use the same format which we had used historically since we've owned them. It doesn't really, it's a grazing fee. We're willing to pay it, we've had it there, but so I think there's sort of misunderstanding in terms of it's been there, but the state has been by their template and it's change in leadership, the reason why they're unwilling to do a lease without limited waiver sovereign immunity. There was other avenues that were being thought, but at the end of the day, DOJ said, you can't break code, you can't have the president sign this lease because he's giving away limited waiver if you want to maintain the template. But there was a period of time during the pandemic that RDC did not take any leases whatsoever. So basically, and I've advocated, the lease goes through its legislature, which is unusual. That's how we're set up as a government. So we have to wait to be legislated. If there's unwilling sponsors, then we're out of luck. We just have to maintain. So that's what, that had not taken place, and RDC did during the pandemic, or I'm not putting the whole burden, but the information wasn't there. And there was really no legislation to put forth because the agreement wasn't set forth with the state. Similarity with New Mexico. But for individual leases, the total amount, if we were to say, and we have qualified leases, the net revenue is about 825,000. Of that, 775 is Big Bow. So it's our biggest breadwinner. And answering the questions regarding some opportunities. We're currently working with a solar company with NTUA, and that's looking at unused area that isn't grazable or is limited to grazing. There's a partner, there's a lease that's been set aside to maybe look at that. Also, there's an opportunity of a wind farm. And moving forward, there's a lot of flagstone, and currently we're under contract with USDA with I guess it would be the woodland area, clearing out for more pasturing. There is a uniqueness of Big Bow, and that's been a struggle over the years. But one of the things that we are working in terms of our leasing is improvements to the property. And that hasn't happened since we've even had the lease. Because we didn't have, it was sort of bought it had this a labeling that we shouldn't have bought the ranch. But to date, it's the only ranch we paid for. So over the 30-year period, that 700,000 has added up. So we basically clipped what we paid for. So like 23.98 million, we paid that back. We're sitting about a little under 30 million that we have gained in revenue. And so there's sort of the emphasis that we need the lease, but if the state is unwilling to, lease their grazing to us and qualify, it does hurt on our revenue. But our leasee has been paying their obligation to the lease they have with Navajo. But we've been like the same way. We haven't been able to pay the state as ourselves because we have obligations too in Winslow. So putting that forward, but on the moving as we look at we've come to the RDC kind of been mulling over this for a few years. This is probably the furthest we've gotten to legislation, and it hasn't, we have not tried. I think there's been 3 attorneys that have taken on the opportunity, and Dan right here says his bringing something that's negotiated. This has been going on for a while. There's no excuse, but then that's just the hand we're dealt with. But in terms of our leasing, it's not, there is a concern over the overpayment or the penalties. But I think overall, we need this lease, so maybe the state, maybe your influence might, you know, we haven't had the best relationship with the state of Arizona Land Department, I can say that. And that needs to be, so we're saying, whatever you're wanting, let's work it out with 2 governments, and if there's it's probably negotiating now with, we can have that waived or move forward to arrears and payment or something, but we don't have a lease to even negotiate that. So, but yes, it is on the table. Our leasing is saying they don't want to pay it, and it's not 20 grand, it's 100,000, you know, over the years, and then likewise with us. So we are in a position to pay that moving forward, but leadership changes, and right now leadership changed in the state of Arizona land, and we're right here. Before, we couldn't get nowhere under other leadership with the state. So I think there is some light end of the tunnel, but it does impact, and I mentioned New Mexico. We're in a similar thing with New Mexico, but they're a little more willing to look at what's real. They lose revenue, we lose opportunity for grazing. Lastly, I've heard this the comment Delegate Solo regarding independent ranchers and using big bull. 10 years ago, that was something that we could even consider. But as we have taken out some woodlands, there's an opportunity for pasturing. And also with the opportunity with our leasee, he has expanded the water source. So if you look at Big Bow in this map, yeah, I-40 or the Seligman, all the water is pumped up to Grand Canyon. So over the years, when we bought it, it was only half the use. So we have gone in 60 miles of water, 30 miles of water to have more pasturing. The opportunity that was never used, that was just considered, I think it was just the flatland, you know, but it wasn't used. So those are opportunities moving forward. And then the will of the rancher being able to, you know, be out there. I hate to say it's gonna be more than we can, you know, to get to have an applicable, and I think that has proven well in new lines. That was a new area when they were able to run in common, so that's gonna be the key moving forward. I must say that one of the things in the negotiating of the lease, within that lease was, we were asking the leasee to teach us about Big Bow, even though it's ours, we never managed it. And then also look at buy-in clauses, so they were gonna have, and then the pandemic hit and never started. So as we reopened a 5-year by 5-year, that would be the opportunity for us to integrate those ideas. But for the best bang for the buck, all the ranchers that buy a ranch, they say you should buy the livestock on the ranch. So the adaptation doesn't affect your profit margin. So if there's any proposal that involves buying the animals that are currently there, like we did with Wolf Springs, we bought the livestock there, and it didn't have that. You can predict and know what your profit margin was going to be and apply it to your obligation. But Ferdinand, in reference of, I do apologize. I take that, and I take that as more encouragement than saying we didn't do a bad job, because we're here and we were able to negotiate with the state. The DOJ has, provided an avenue, and I can say for the past 4 or 5 years, it was constant. Hey, we're just going to sign it. You know, no one's really looking at this. You know, that wasn't a way because there was impact. But I think they're moving forward. It does have a foundation that it'll secure our leasees and protect them, our subleasees, and also secure our revenue, also our relationship with the state of Arizona. That's really my comment. Thank you.
Mr. Newton.
Chair, Vice
REC committee, Ms. Delegate, so. On creating more revenue, on Big Bow. Point out a few things here. Number one, Big Bow is the only ranch that has paid for itself. Okay, all the other ranches in New Mexico and Arizona have yet to pay for themselves. Why? Because of our leasing rate. Several years ago, we came to RDC recommending an increase in the leasing rate. RDC did not approve it. They mitigated that at a lower level. And we were striving to increase our grading rate so we can gain more revenue for the ranches and help them pay for themselves. Big Bow, like Leo said, we bring in $675,000 a year of lease payment by Big Bow for their livestock. Plus, they pay the state grading fee for us, $135,000, $140,000 a year. Okay. On Big Bow, we're bringing in a hunt agreement. We negotiated a hunt agreement with the Arizona Game and Fish Department, and we're allowed to charge hunters to hunt on Big Bow. And we create revenues for that, for the ranch, as well as any net profits. A piece of that comes back to Navajo. So we generate revenue there. Okay. Another thing is on the cattle. Right now, Big Bow is running about 6,000 head mother cows. Okay, so they market close to 6,000 calves per year. Okay, and they do this at a high-tech rate. They're using hedging. They're hedging the cattle in the cattle markets, and so they got specialty markets for their cattle that are coming off as grass-fed beef that are going into Whole Foods and other specialty markets. And the other is that again, the New Mexico ranches are not paying, but the thing that's helping to bring more revenue to the ranches in New Mexico are the Navajo beef. Okay, and the other thing about the state lease is that if you bring in a numerous number of operators to operate on the ranch, let's say Big Bow. The problem is the state lease requires one bred for all the cattle that are operated on the ranch. Okay, so if you bring in 5,000 people from the res to graze that, you know, we have dangers of violating the lease agreement. Plus, we are fearful of overgrazing. Okay, because you know how our people are. The other thing is that you know, in the past, REC gave away 2 of our ranches in land exchange with New Mexico. Okay, so we lost grazing there, but we were able to negotiate a sublease, lease back type arrangement where the state agreed to lease those ranches back to Navajo. But those are still vacant, and we haven't bid those out yet. The other is on Big Bow, Trail Livestock has used NRCS for brush control, eliminate, take out pinon juniper, and right now we're producing grass. Okay, not trees. Okay, and also with NRCS's assistance, we've developed water on Big Bow. Recently, in the past, we installed a 500,000-gallon water tank using Big Bow money or NRCS money. And that tank receives water. That water is piped about 15-20 miles uphill to that tank. And that tank supplies water to 16 pastures on Big Bow. And we're pursuing new contracts with NRCS to do more brush control and more water development on Big Bow. And but anyway, those are some comments I wanted to make, as well as in the wind NTUA, they have 2 leases right now. They want a 3rd lease, but basically those leases allow them to install wind generators and even eventually develop a solar farm. And so those will create additional revenues to the Navajo Nation, maybe not to our department or our division, but NTUA will gain revenues from the power generation.
There's a grid that runs right through the middle of
Big power line, power line that runs through, so that the energy produced from those projects will feed into that grid. Okay, so, anyway, those are additional comments I wanted to make, and Big Bow, the lease allows them, our lease with Trail Livestock allows them to carry 10,000 head of cattle. Unit drop and water limitations, they reduced their herd, as well as competition with the wildlife. They reduced their herd down to 6,000. And that's one reason we got the hunt program negotiated with the state to allow hunters to hunt out there at a fee. Even people that want prairie dogs, you know, they pay well and get prairie dogs.
And just add to that, when we bought Big Bow, there was no hunting. There was no elk or deer. Today, there's about 4,000 head of wildlife that's inventory every year. So we are in the hunt business. But those of you that know any of these states, Arizona has a unique hunting permit. They don't allow tags to the owner. So a lot of these ranchers elsewhere, they're able to sell tags and for 20, 30, 100,000. Arizona disallows that. So we are subject. So we are proud that we negotiated the only, I guess, backcountry or a fee that the state works with us on Big Bow. They don't allow that in the other ranch that's privately owned. So we do collect revenue, but I think an invitation is probably more prudent to get out there and see some of the elements there and the challenges that the VC has, as well as what we have and what we talk about. That negotiating with the Park Service, well, not Park Service, the Game and Fish took about 6 years to get in place, and they're going through different leadership. But now we've been operating for about 3 years, and there's revenue comes to the nation, and it has provided better management of the ranch when it comes to wildlife, and also the two-legged, you know, that are trespassing or doing crazy things out there. And it's such a massive, it's 30 by 30 miles by 60 miles. So that it's a lot to maintain.
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RC, staff, guests, Mr. Watchman, notes I have, and I can also thank you so much. I know we purchased numerous times and how pursue this lease. And appreciate that, and we've been trying to strategize with your department, natural resources and RC to how we get this resolved. And I think it was amended to a chapter. It was brought to our attention, our last information was given, and I guess DOJ is supposed to be working with also the city council in drafting the legislation, which is again will be sponsored by Delegate So and Johnson. So what's the status on that? I know DOJ's here, Madam Chair. So can you come in up here?
Yes.
So I'd like to see where it's at right now. Again, as stated by Mr. Watchman, we had 4 or 5 work session, and I'd like to hear from DOJ again how they're working with also this council to get this legislation drafted as soon as possible. I think that was our last request to talk with Arizona one more time and get legislation drafted. So I have not seen the legislation drafted. So I think RC had done a lot of work in listening to Department of Ag and also Department of Justice and Division of Natural Resources to get this legislation drafted. So can we hear from DOJ and also the City Council, Madam Chair?
Sure. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and allow for the floor to nomination DOJ to get a response to Honorable Simpson in regards to the legislation draft. And I think there was an email float. So if you could just give the team a whole update And then we'll go ahead and give it to our legal counsel here of legislative, so you can come out. Yeah.
Okay. Just so there's a basic understanding, I got involved in this in summer of 2022 when the state of Arizona was imminently going to take legal action. And so we immediately started negotiations with them. And as far as the arrearage, it was true at that time when I first got involved in the summer of 22 that they were not accepting payments. I did talk to the state of Arizona and I did convince them to start taking payments to reduce the arrearage. I don't know if that deal ended, but I know they did make a number of payments, substantial payments at that time to attempt to reduce the arrearage. Just so you know, like if we're talking about lease number 1, which is a big Bohemians, that expired in 2010. So I got involved in this in 2022. Now we did have a meeting in the fall, and Fernando was there, Robert Allen, their attorney, was there, and it was a real negotiation. And I do want to say that the state of Arizona, prior to my getting involved in 2021, made it very clear that they wanted that limited waiver sovereign immunity. They would not sign any other agreement other than 2021. However, we did push back on a number of provisions, including they wanted us to go under their workman's comp. And we pointed out, we have our own workman's comp. We don't believe that's fair. They took that out. So they've been reasonable about making that. There also was some insurance ones that we were able to do. But the limited waiver of sovereign immunity just was not negotiable because it was state lands. Now, when they come on the nomination, and there was some confusion there, and we clarified it, that when they want to lease for Navajo lands, they do not require that they basically will come under Navajo law. So that situation only occurs when you're dealing with the trust lands. Now, as far as where we are, by February 1st, we agreed on the basic outlines in November. February 1st, we had the final tweaks. And the tweak was taking out the language in their lease. February 1st of 2023, I think that was the date, late January, February 1st. They adjusted, we gave them what we wanted, and they adopted those changes other than the one limited waiver of sovereign immunity. Now, the original leases, they actually call for arbitration. Technically, we'd have to research a little bit when our Arbitration Act came, because in our Arbitration Act, there was a limited waiver of sovereign immunity. However, to be honest, those leases weren't consistent with that. Only the council can waive sovereign immunity. They can do it in a general law. Like the Sovereign Immunity Act has provisions, and the Arbitration Act had provisions. However, for the lease to be compliant with the Sovereign Immunity Act, even those original leases, they would have to say that the arbitration had to occur with Navajo Nation Court supervision. They didn't have that. So once that lease shouldn't have even been signed, but that's all water under the bridge in terms of the waiver of sovereign immunity. Now, I had provided April Quinn the leases. She has a few questions. I'm working with the state of Arizona to answer those. The exact start date, and it's kind of counterintuitive. You would think it would be when people sign the signature of their attorney says that the start date would literally be considered the date when the other one's expired. So that's going to look a little funky. It's because I think like the 2010 one would be 2010 to whatever date going forward. But I'm getting that information to April Quinn. So the one thing that nomination Department of Justice can never do, we're not allowed to do, is we're not allowed to seek sponsors. And so that's really been the holdup. It's agency has to get the sponsors, and we could not proceed with that. You know, as far as big Bohicus back payments, because there was a question from one of the delegates. I mean, should the DOJ, what's our position on that? Well, we promised the state of Arizona in November, 2022, that we'd have this. I've offered, and I will continue to offer, that I would do my best to try to negotiate. But to the degree that we keep our past promises, it's going to be easier to negotiate with them. I can't guarantee any results, but we certainly will try to negotiate that, because it really is an unfairness to the people that lease this. And really, we're not responsible that they have penalties and interest because the payments weren't being accepted. So, I will do my best to negotiate without making any promises for the ultimate result. I do think I have a good relationship with the attorney for the state of Arizona, David Jacobs, although he's been more than it's basically been promises by me that, yeah, we'll move on this, that have stopped litigation 2 or 3 times, but also I felt like my personal honor was at stake by this point, because the reason I was able to do this is because I've been an attorney, decades, and I've got a reputation for honesty and dealing with people in a fair way. And things can fall through the crack. I'm not here to assign, fix blame. I'm here to fix the problem, and I think that's the spirit that NNDA has come in here with. I'm very encouraged by what they've said today. I'm very encouraged that we can work together, try to resolve these immediate problems right now, and try to fix this going forward, and do as much justice as we can to the people that lease from the nomination. So I hope that answered your question. If not, certainly will follow up.
Honorable Simpson.
So, Madam Chair, members of the RC, I guess this is very, it needs to be taken care of. And I know that DOJ, Austin State Council, Division of Natural Resources, Department of Ag has been working on this to address it. And I think, again, the work session that we given to RDC, and I know DOJ has been negotiating with the state of Arizona and on certain issues that pertain to this, what we're trying to address right now. So I'd like to see DOJ and Austin State Council expedite in drafting legislation once everything's taken care of, what's helping with state of Arizona and what needs to be done. If it's all done, I'd like to see a legislation be drafted. If there's still some talk that's going to be taken care of, move forward with that. And but I just like to see this legislation go for the council as soon as possible. Again, I know Mr. So and Mr. Doug Johnson are waiting for the documents and legislation to be sponsored with council.
I very much appreciate that, Mr. of the state of Arizona. As far as the lease that's been completely negotiated, it's a few minor things like what did we put for the start date of the lease? But that's nothing that needs to be negotiated. That's just kind of a detail that has to be worked out in terms of what the legislation looks like. But a limited waiver of sovereign immunity is not uncommon. It's done a lot, but it has to be part of the legislation or separate, or what I should say is that the council has to approve it. That's the number one thing. Only the council can waive sovereign immunity. We take that very seriously. It's called a limited waiver of sovereign immunity because it will only apply to these leases. It's not like we're waiving nation sovereign immunity for any other use or any other purpose. It's just for the limited purpose of signing these leases. And basically Nomination Department of Justice could not tell NNDA to sign the leases until they had that authority. That limited waiver of sovereign immunity, because that would be violating the law, and that because that's council's prerogative to protect it. It's very important to protect the sovereign immunity of the nomination.
Okay, So with that, thank you, Mr. Moquin, for that update. And I know that, being in communication, Honorable Simpson, the legislation is currently in draft mode, but as mentioned, there's still some areas to address, and I'd like to ask either Ms. Quinn or Ms. Khan as to when we can expect that legislation. And then one of the things that also I wanted to let you all know is Speaker Curley is aware that there's other important legislation that requires council to take action on. Eventually, she is open to holding a special council session. So I'm hoping that she would have sent out the email by now in regards to that, because I know that Office of Legislative Services is really slammed right now for trying to draft all these legislation requests. So some don't meet the council because they have to go to a 5-day comment period, and then council, then the next best bet is to take it to special council. So Ms. Quinn or Ms. Khan?
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable committee members. I appreciate the chance to speak on this. So I believe the request for legislation was submitted to our office in early January. And as far as I know, the legislation has not been assigned to an attorney at our office. I was looking at this just kind of as a courtesy to DOJ. I know Dan, he's my former coworker when I was in NRU, and so I just kind of took a look at this and noticed that there were some blanks in the document. And, you know, given that this is an urgent thing, I just kind of reached out to Dan and said, hey, what's up? What's going on here? And I also reminded DOJ that we do need this document to go through executive official review. That will need to be included in this legislation. And I think it'll be critical for the council to know that DOJ has deemed this legally sufficient, especially because we are talking about a waiver of sovereign immunity. So I believe council will want to see that. So that was my recommendation. But just to be clear, I have not been assigned this legislation, and neither has Mariana. No one has been assigned it, so no one is working on it. I'm just doing this as a courtesy to DOJ and my former coworker. So that's where things are at. I know, so Ms. Bodroff is the one who assigns legislations, and I know she's been slammed. She's trying to get all these legislations going for the winter session, so that could be part of what's going on here. She just hasn't had a chance to actually formally assign it to anybody. So that's where it's at as far as our office is concerned. Thank you.
Ms. Quinn. So with that, Ms. Jim, can you go ahead and just let Speaker Curley let Speaker Curley know to remind Dana to see if this can be pulled out of the stack, because again, as was mentioned here, I believe penalties are being still assessed and whatnot. And we want to be able to rectify this issue and see if we can get something going in terms of assigning it to one of legal counsel. Because I think Department of Justice has really done their legwork, with the exception of the executive or the executive review that goes through the 164. So the sooner we're able to get that and package that with the document, I really think that it's going to be a full, proceed with this legislation. So if we can just kind of work parallel with that too, just give updates to Ms. Quinn. Well, I'm assuming is going to get assigned this because, she's been with DNR and I know she'll get assigned this. So again, thank you. So we'll go ahead and keep that on our radar, and I'll go ahead and just get updates, maybe from Rodney or yourselves, ladies, just to get an update on where we're at. And I know that this has been long overdue. And again, I just thank the team from Department of Agriculture for the update here, and also your diligent work from DOJ and then our legal counsel here. Thank you so much. And if no more questions, members of RDC, a question, okay, Honorable, so.
This question is pertaining to how on the northern edge of the Big Bacchus Ranch, we have the helipad, the other our neighbors, and as they on the northern portion, western and northern portion of the Big Bacchus Ranch, has there been any issues pertaining to access of the eastern portion of their reservation. Because I was just looking at the map and you see roads going through Big Bull on the northern edge and things like that, see if there's any type of, where the nation needs to have a conversation for, with Havasupai, accessing the western portion of the reservation, through Big Bull. So that's the thing, that's just something that I thought about and, just looking at the map and saw how Havasupai comes, is wrapped around the edge. And when you actually look at the aerial view, it's more of, canyon lengths. And, have they ever asked, hey, can we work together to try to improve the road system or something, access to their other side and so forth. Other than that, that's all. Thank you.
The question, so I'd like to go ahead and present the, or give the floor back over to the presenters here.
Well, we have been working with them, they have trust land, we have state land, so it's a little bit of a different scenario, but hunting, we've done some collaborative situations with them. Probably the more recent one is the use of land on the farther northern of that map. There's a area in which we probably should do some land exchange because they have better use and we have better use, but we're kind of trespassing against them and they're trespassing against us, if you can say, because of how it was I guess sectioned off. That's, that hasn't been in the past, probably within 10 years, but not more recently. However, some opportunities moving forward, I think that would be, say we change the use of our lease, I'm sure we're gonna have to be working with them for any kind of other development, for, tribal development, including what they would, I would think also cooperation with the access road. The current road goes all the way, we have to go into Havasupai to get to our northern side. With the dirt road is in the middle of the ranch. Those are only two things I'm familiar with. There's some other stuff that come around when it came to exploratory in uranium that the state has permitted. And the state didn't tell us when they're, but it's their land too, so it's kind of those miscommunications have taken place. Livestock trespassing, but mainly the wildlife. Them coming over on the first shot and then first shot going back the other way and too much use, of one area. That's not it. Thank you.
The question, does that pretty much give you clarification on also?
Yes, and then the reason why I raised this question is that Havasupai is a really close ally to the Navajo Nation. And especially with our gaming compact, they are our allies. And what I'm trying to do is we need to continue to better our relationship with Havasupai, because when it gets to our gaming compact, they are allies of the Navajo Nation, and that support is there. That's all I'm getting to, so that we can continue to have that better, better to improve the relationship with them, so that moving forward, matters. We know that we are both we have our backs, covered, both with the Havasupai and the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Question. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call for a roll call vote because I believe we had discussion and it's been updated with the members of RDC in regards to this legislation that needs to be dropped. So Rodney, if you can please take roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, take roll call vote for receiving reports item A. Honorable Shana Inclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shana Inclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Adasa, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Adasa votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Question. And again, thank you for the update, everyone, in regard to this legislation. Next, I'd like to go on to item number 7, old business, we have none. Going on to item 8, close of meeting. Any announcements, members of RDC and Mr. Tahi? But then,
Yes.
so with that, I'd like to call for adjournment motion. Do I have a motion? Honorable Aruso. And may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. Any objections to adjournment? Going once, going twice, we take roll call votes, Mr. Tahi?
The Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Shana and Claude, how do you vote? Honorable Shana and Claude, vote screen. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson, vote screen.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, vote screen. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Ned, vote screen.
Honorable Ricky Nez, vote screen. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto, vote screen. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
The question, so we're gonna go ahead and adjourn at 3:53, is that what everyone has? 3:52 p.m. And again, I'd like to thank, Navajo Department of Transportation for having us utilize, the conference room. And again, we do have a quick meeting